be measured. I saw fire engines and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You'll be hearing from our DA Hochman shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who will be held accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
The mayor.
Okay, so who are we gonna? Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
1704 La Barranca Road.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes, from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvat.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning, and I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members, and I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton Fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades Fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hurst Fire, but we have a long way to go, and we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton Fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and their surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades Fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We're in Unified Command, LAFD, CAL Fire, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriff. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades Fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades Fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hurst Fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley Fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset Fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the sun-swept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LEFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate. If you live near a wildland area, follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir?
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the county of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us and law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hurst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power. running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Morning, and I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I ask for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other, and this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
You're on it. Difficulty breathing 24, squad 131.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that fielding a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who has remained behind or who is visiting the areas. As was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
LA 344 is available.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access that yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Barger.
I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Pigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades Fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started, and for several hours we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the #1 tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well, first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the #1 problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now, because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? Because and talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response, very dynamic situation, air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic, and at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're gonna do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're gonna see water drops, you're gonna see rotary, you're gonna see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in, even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that.
We'll
Thank
go
you.
right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from
firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing of the budget?
Go back and look at the reductions that were made. There were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue name and media outlet, please?
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right, so I'll start with your second question and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades Fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we had our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third row there?
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
Cal Fire wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's for you to highlight numbers.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the Cal Fire incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home.
But it is thousands plural that have been destroyed?
Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from LA City Fire. Thank you.
All right, that was the update there from the LA County officials giving a big breakdown of what they are seeing, and one of the main factors is the looting concerns. Now 20 people have been arrested stealing from people's burnt homes. We're talking jewelry, maybe even diamonds as well. Let's go now back to the coverage of Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Not as intensely as we've seen in the past, and still fires blazing throughout the Southland, obviously with all eyes on the Palisades fire in particular. We're continuing our extensive coverage of these fires across the Southland, and the wildfires, of course, are forcing mass evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Those strong Santa Ana winds, they've been fueling these fires, making containment difficult.
Really tough. Several big fires burning in LA right now. You've got the Palisades Fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton Fire above Altadena, the Hurst Fire in the Sylmar area, and you also have the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. The Palisades Fire still relentless though, and we do have some big breaking news right now.
Gigi Graciette has been on the scene all morning long and has an update to something new that we're learning now at this hour. Gigi?
Unfortunately, we start out with sad breaking news here on Good Day and Fox 11. We can exclusively confirm that deputies doing a welfare check here in Malibu, where the Palisades Fire actually burnt down the hill behind me and then jumped the highway to the beach side. They were doing a welfare check on someone that had been reported missing, and they found what appeared to them like human remains. Investigators are here on the scene. You are looking live at the home burnt to the ground where those what deputies believe are human remains were found. Homicide detectives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department are en route here right now to begin their investigation, and you are looking live at investigators with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Arson and Bomb Squad. This is very common in these types of investigations, that they also come out to try to determine exactly how the fire at this home started. And this is not the only location that homicide detectives are responding to. They are also responding to 2 other homes that were severely damaged or lost in the Eaton Fire. In one home, firefighters going through the rubble found what they believe are also human remains. And at another home, deputies driving by were flagged down by someone who said they had found human remains in the front yard of a home also in the rubble. Now, let me tell you, this is not uncommon after a fire. After fires of this magnitude, a lot of folks unaccounted for. Police will receive a call from a friend or a family member. Often those friends or family members are out of state or out of the area. They have not heard from their loved one. They don't know if they're in an evacuation center, if they've been injured or hurt, and they ask deputies or police officers to please do welfare checks. And sadly, we have been at many, many fires where human remains would be later found from people who either chose not to evacuate or possibly, for whatever reason, were unable to get out in time. If you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, I'm Gigi Graciette with live breaking news. A Fox 11 exclusive. Los Angeles County Sheriff homicide detectives en route right now to 3 different locations where what appear to be human remains have been found in the aftermath of both the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. Of course, it will ultimately be the medical examiner's office who determines if they are indeed human remains, and then will work on identifying them. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
And you know, to add to that, it could take some time before the coroner is even able to make his or her way up to this location, whether it's the Pacific Palisades location or in Eaton, the Eaton Fire, to actually see what happened, what in fact went wrong here. And it takes some time to even identify these individuals, and it's very heartbreaking, and our hearts go out obviously to the friends and family who've been waiting to hear from these people, the missing people that they hadn't heard from.
It is very heartbreaking. And again, unfortunately, it is not uncommon when you see fires of this size, these large magnitude fires. And, you know, this is, let me step out of the way here. This is the area, we're actually in Malibu, so this is the area where the fire jumped the road. It burnt the homes on that side. It destroyed homes on the beach side. I'm going to ask photographer, I know there's a lamp in the way, but I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita just to go to the beach side to show you some of the devastation that we're seeing up and down Pacific Coast Highway on the beach side in Malibu, not even in the Palisades area. That is how strong this fire and how fast moving it was. Those flames fanned by the Santa Ana winds and sending those embers to Malibu. That entire hillside is charred, and just up and down Pacific Coast Highway. The loss is just incredible. Home after home, block after block of burnt down houses. And just a very sad finding here. Again, homicide detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, they're fanning out. They're sending teams to 3 locations, including right here in Malibu, to determine if these remains that were found by deputies doing a welfare check, deputies who received a call from someone who was worried about the person or persons who lived at this home, concerned they may not have been able to get out or chose not to get out. And those deputies found what they believed to be, and they reported as, human remains.
And we're hoping we're not going to hear more news like this as the aftermath of this continues. And we're just going to start assessing the damage and getting into these properties where the debris has been left over from all of the destruction. And unfortunately, findings like this are very devastating. And hopefully those numbers won't go up in terms of fatalities when we talk about this fire, Gigi.
Sources tell me that they expect to receive more calls, more requests to do welfare checks. A lot of times, family members, they wait a couple of days. They think, well, maybe, you know, they didn't take their cell phone. Maybe they're in an evacuation center. I'm sure they're going to call me. I'm going to go back to the home right there. And you see LA County Sheriff bomb squad and arson investigators. They are part of this multi-level investigation. Homicide detectives, again, are en route. They've been focused on what appears to be the kitchen area of this home. And we say appears to be because it looks like there's a stove in the area where they've been looking at, where they've isolated that area. And again, this is only one of 3 homes. 2 are in the Eaton Fire area. Homicide detectives are also heading there. One of those, law enforcement sources tell me, it was firefighters who found in the rubble of a home human remains. What they were doing, if they were maybe looking for hot spots, or if maybe somebody came up and asked them to please look for a loved one, but it was firefighters who reported to the Sheriff's Department they had found what appeared to be human remains. And at another home, deputies were actually flagged down by someone who said they had found human remains. Unclear what the relationship between the person who flagged the deputies down and that home is, if they're connected, if they live there, if they're a family member looking for their loved one. All of that, of course, will be part of the investigation. Just a tragic story, and you know, it will again be the medical examiner who determines if these are indeed human remains.
All right, Gigi, thank you so much for that breaking news, that update there. Unfortunately, tragic news coming out of the Palisades fire day after day. And as she was mentioning, more calls for welfare checks could come in the days to come because evacuation centers are filled with people, and perhaps families are going to be waiting for a little bit before making those calls to officials. But evacuation centers, they're full and they're set up for the Palisades fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That address on your screen right there, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Another evacuation center as an option is the Dream Center in Los Angeles.
And there are 2 evacuation centers for livestock and larger animals. That's at Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles Equestrian Center at 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank.
And then for the smaller animals like cats and dogs, those can be taken to the Agora Animal Care Center at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
And again, looking at the enormity of the Palisades Fire, here's the map, and it shows you just how broad the Palisades Fire is. It started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermosa drives. Red flag warnings are still in effect here, and as we look at the scene and the acreage, we know that this is larger than the size of Manhattan, Maria.
It's really incredible. You put it into that context.
There it is. I think that'll be better if I turn the microphone back on. But yes, I agree. When you put that comparison in perspective about the size of Manhattan, a lot of us know that's a large area encompassing so many people, and that is what we are seeing here, bigger than that with just the Palisades fire and destruction alone. Just want to echo what officials were saying there during that press conference and how things are looking better right now. The winds are actually lighter, so we're getting a brief break from the strong winds. So it's going to stay lighter this morning. So firefighters, those fixed wing aircraft, those air assets have this window of several hours right now where they can really try to attack this fire and the other fires burning across Southern California. And before the winds start to pick up again, it's going to get stronger as we get to this afternoon and evening into early tomorrow morning. And yes, those red flag warnings continue for the danger, fire danger, where we get that small spark somewhere, perhaps. That is still possible outside of these fire zones, and that can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. 55 degrees currently in Burbank, same for downtown LA. It's 33 in Lancaster, 65 in Santa Ana. Notice those arrows, so those winds still coming out of the northeast. The pressure gradient, or the difference in pressure between this area of high pressure here over SoCal and that lower pressure now well to our south and east has really relaxed, and that's allowed the winds to relax as well. But the prevailing winds, although much lighter, is still coming from the northeasterly direction, and that is helping to dry things out. So that is why we still have the fire danger and the red flag warnings. Temperatures this afternoon are going to range from 77 downtown, 76 for the valleys. We've got the smoke advisory in effect. Of course, very hazardous air quality. We can't stress it enough. Please limit your activities outdoors because of that very harmful air. Red flag warnings, you can see, encompassing everyone from Ventura County south into Orange County, the Inland Empire. So don't let your guard down. Please stay vigilant with the fire danger. Let's check in on the roads outside. We've got a lot of closures. Samada's got all the details on that. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, everyone. Yes, back to the fires we go. Another reminder to avoid those areas, especially in and around our fire zones. A couple of the bigger fires, Palisades fire closures. PCH still shut down in both directions, and this applies from Malibu Canyon Road all the way into Santa Monica to the McClure Tunnel. Also, the road closures remaining in place for our Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH, and this is along the Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Back to the Hurst Fire. Firefighters are still battling that blaze, and we do have this closure in place northbound side of the 5. If you're traveling to the East 210 at Yarnell Street, you can't get through there. And a reminder also for trailers and campers at Castaic Junction, right there at the 5 and the 126th. Department of Transportation is recommending travel, should I say, not recommended, due to the gusty winds that will continue to be part of the problem throughout the next evening and into the early part of tomorrow as well. Please, again, avoid the fire zones as firefighters work tirelessly to help, again, continue to save these communities. Back to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. You know, Stu, you're up in Skyfox, and I have to tell you this morning when I heard your voice, it was comforting, not only because you have a comforting voice, but also it was a good sign in the sense that you were able to get up and fly, right?
Definitely. Comforting voice. Thank you so much. I actually am blushing. We got phone calls coming into our assignment desk that the fire has made its way into the Topanga Canyon area, and oddly enough, that's actually right where we've been looking. Let me bring up the map for y'all so you guys can get an idea where exactly this is. Now, LA City Fire Department's been doing a couple of drops out here, and that is Topanga Canyon Boulevard down there on excuse me. It might actually be some of the smoke. Topanga Canyon Boulevard right there, and the fire is actually climbing up to this Green Bluff home up here at the top. Now, we've been running the perimeter of the fire, the Palisades fire, basically back and forth through an entire press conference, and we've been keeping an eye on this. This has started out, just like all the fires do, as just a couple of small hot spots, but then it started to get into some of that brush and started to bloom. Now, we did see 2 drops from LA City Fire Department. They came out here with the helicopter and did those drops, and now we're starting to see some fire trucks starting to arrive here on Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So they're going to make their way up there. They're going to get this under control, hopefully very, very quickly. But you can definitely see the concern and the response by LA City Fire right now as they see this plume of smoke making its way up this hillside in the Topanga Canyon area. Now, there are some other homes nearby. We did see some structure protection going on at these homes every time we pass by. It is still quite a distance, but look at all that foliage, and there isn't a lot of brush clearance around a lot of these bigger homes out here at the top of this hillside. So this is definitely going to be something that they are very concerned about, meaning the fire department. Again, you saw that number of fire trucks down there on Topanga Canyon. I'm sure they're going to start making their way up here and try to get all these hot spots taken care of as quickly as possible. But it just shows you how quickly the situation can change. We probably passed by this 30 minutes ago, and it was just a tiny spot. Now look at it. It's actually starting to really grow, and there's a big fire in this area. Fire department, they're doing what they can, and I'm sure they're going to be taking care of it. There you go, another LA City Fire Department helicopter doing a precision drop. And this area right here in the canyon, you can see it. Not very windy, probably because of the hillsides out here, but still enough to get those flames going. And of course, a terrain-driven fire, just as dangerous as a wind-driven fire, especially when it's climbing up a hillside. And I'm sure that's what everybody's concerned about. And again, there's another hot spot right there. And you can see how close a lot of these homes are. But again, structure protection already in place. Fire department, they're ready to battle these flames. Hopefully they're going to get a handle on it before it starts getting into any of these homes. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
It is hard to see those hot spots. You know, you just hope and pray that it doesn't get any worse.
Makes everyone very nervous, understandably so. All right, welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, it is coming up on 9:30. I'm Roxy Carbadian.
And I'm Sandra Enda. We continue our fire coverage this morning. The Eaton Fire has turned deadly, and it's claimed 5 lives so far, destroying hundreds of structures.
Flames have scorched over 10,000 plus acres, thousands of residents forced to flee. Mario live for us in Altadena with the latest. Hi, Mario.
Hi, Roxy, Sandra, and hundreds of properties that have been either touched by flames or completely destroyed, leveled. Now, this is an area where you wouldn't think something like this would happen. A popular stretch of North Lake Avenue, a feeder road right down to Pasadena, and we're still a few miles from the mountains where those flames continue here this morning. So, Carlos Jacinto, I want him to show you exactly what we're talking about. This is one of the structures that we've seen this morning, at least what's left of it. Now, this here used to be a home decor store. This is 2141 North Lake, and there's not really much you can make out of it. It can take just a few minutes for those flames to rip through a building when they're raging. And Carlos, let's keep going down here the street along North Lake Avenue, where we're seeing emergency crews continue to make their way up into the mountains here, and you see more torched vehicles. This is one of a few dozen that we've seen here throughout the morning. And right next door, a preschool that burned down at 2151 North Lake. And I'll open this gate and give you an idea of some of the destruction inside. You may be able to make out what looks like a basketball hoop and some plants here near the front, but it is just incredible to see the type of devastation that these flames have left here. A chiropractic office and a fish and chips restaurant were left destroyed. Almost the entire block here was engulfed in flames, and these businesses right across from Elliott Middle School, which doesn't appear to have any major damage. The Eaton Fire is still burning in the hills above Altadena. It's scorched over 10,000 acres, 0% containment since it started Tuesday evening. swirling here in the Eaton Canyon area of Pasadena. And we've learned during an update from Sheriff Luna yesterday, 5 people lost their lives in the fire and a significant number of injuries were reported. Well, today during that presser a little while ago, he basically said he wants to make sure those are accurately confirmed, but also thinks, unfortunately, the death toll will rise. So we're going to show you some more of the other businesses here in this area, but fire officials say as many as 500 structures have been impacted by fire, with at least 100 now gone, nothing left standing but a shell in some cases. And we still have those evacuation orders that are in place. The good news is, what we heard from that news conference is that the forward progress has been stopped, but this fire is still at 0% containment. And the other positive note here this morning is, for the last couple of hours, we really haven't seen any strong winds, so much better conditions, much needed relief for these fire crews out here.
Yeah, it's really noticeable. The conditions are very different and favorable, as you mentioned today, Mario, at least for now.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
They can take advantage of it while they can. Thank you, Mario.
And that's Fox 11 coverage. We will be continuing to bring it to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. And for our viewers now just joining us from the Jimmy Carter funeral, it was very emotional at times. And if you want to continue to watch our coverage there, you can scan the QR code that is on your screen right now, and you could see some more moving images from remembering President Jimmy Carter, and now the road back home to Georgia for the president. All right, everyone, we will go now back out to more of the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest.
And shortly after that, newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman echoed that sentiment.
Want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's always discouraging, not surprising, sadly, but discouraging when this type of stuff happens, right? And so, yes, please don't do that.
All right,
Just, they're already dealing with enough.
20 arrests. I mean, that's a lot, you know?
Yeah, that is a lot. That's as far as we know, right?
Right.
Okay, so oftentimes with these types of things, we see the worst in people, but then we see the best in people. In this case, many businesses offering some free services for the fire victims.
This is a good thing. Brooke, where are all the resources?
Yeah, so I have a breakdown for you. And, you know, I was saying earlier that sometimes in these moments, you don't even know what you need. You don't even know what you can use. Like, it's hard to think when you're, you know, just trying to get your family to safety, just trying to stay safe, trying to keep your kids calm, things like that, you know, thinking about everything that's gone. There is a lot of different help out there, though, so let me try and break down a little bit of what we have for you. Uber and Lyft, they're both offering free rides to temporary shelters. You need to use the promo code Wildfire25 for Uber and CA Fire Life 25 for Lyft. Now, both of those promo codes are one word, okay? And keep in mind there are some limits here. Uber's ride has to be $40 or less, and for Lyft, you can get 2 rides up to $25 each until they get to 500 riders. So there's a limit there. I don't want people to, you know, be in a panic and get surprised when something gets denied or there is a cost. Airbnb.org is working with 211 LA to give free temporary housing to people who have been displaced from their homes or forced to evacuate because of these wildfires. For this, you have to fill out an intake form with 211 LA to be approved. And we actually have that information on our website, foxla.com. For more short-term, just quick, immediate help, every Planet Fitness in our area that is still open is offering free access to their showers, locker rooms. You can stop in and use their Wi-Fi. You can charge your phone, any other devices, or even just take a break and relax for a bit, actually in their massage loungers. Now, this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, and you do not need a membership, okay? Once again, it's free. I want you to keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fire, so you want to make sure you go to an open location, and you can find that info on their website. Then over at Little Kitchen Academy, it's a children's cooking school in Westfield Century City Mall. They're actually offering free classes for the next 3 days to families impacted. And I think you think cooking classes, what? Like, we're dealing with this. This is about the parents. This is about the fact that right now schools are closed. And this just gives parents just 3 hours of free time where their kids are in a safe space. Their minds are being taken off of this, devastation. Your kids are safe. They're being taken care of. They're learning, and you can get a handle on things that, adults need to do without the kids around. Right. Sometimes you just need to cry. You know what I mean? And sometimes you need to go to Target and pick up new clothes because you only have what's on your back. Sometimes you need to make phone calls and figure out, insurance and starting the process of moving forward.
Yeah.
And so they have that for the next 3 days for people as well.
It's all of the immediate necessities, but it's also all of those other things that is part of living life, that you're not thinking about at the very moment, but then a couple days in and you're like, well, we got to do something with the kids.
Right. Create a sense of normalcy and a routine for them. Yeah.
Can you imagine you're on the hold with insurance and you've got your kids there and you guys are in the car?
Right. Yeah. And they can't play outside. The air quality is bad. So what are you going to do? Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
All right, Brooke, thank you. Good resources there. So there are many jaw-dropping videos, of course, surfacing out of these horrific fires, and in total, more than 29,000 acres have burned since Tuesday.
Here's just some of the videos showcasing the devastation hitting the community nearby. First, we go to Studio City. This home collapsed last night under the pressure of the flames. 4-story home, total loss, falling there on the cliffside.
And take a look at this video. People taking their animals with them as they evacuate from the Hurst Fire. This is in the Sylmar area, as we've been showing you. Evacuation centers are in place for large animals like those horses there, and you can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
And here you can see what it was like for the crews in the thick of the Palisades Fire. Embers just flying everywhere. You have palm trees lighting up there, emergency responders rushing in to put out the flames. You can even hear it. Do you hear the gusts of wind? It's just such a scary scene.
And staying with the Palisades Fire for a moment, it moved so fast that traffic forced residents to escape on foot, abandoning their cars, leaving them behind without leaving keys. Evacuation routes were so jammed, if you remember this video and this scene right here. Officials had to use bulldozers to clear nearly 200 abandoned cars. Now, officials from the Los Angeles Fire and Police Department say they had no choice but to do this so that fire resources could get through.
All right, let's take a look at some of the maps here. The power outage map reported by SoCal Edison. The triangles are the current outages. Oh my gosh, look at that, right? And then all of those bells on the map are the public safety power shutoffs. Now, these shutoffs are intended to be temporary. They're temporary outages to keep your neighborhood safe during dangerous conditions like fire weather. Now, as you can see, hundreds of thousands of people in the Southland are in fact being impacted by this. I'm seeing a lot of people talk about this on social media where they don't have power, and it is very frustrating, of course, but at the same time they're doing this for your safety, and it can take hours once they deem this area to be safe for someone to go in and turn that power back on. And earlier we did speak with SoCal Edison spokesperson Kathleen Dunleavy about what's being done, what decision was made, how to cut off power, where to cut off power, and when these customers can expect for power to be turned back on. You know what? We're going to go to Stu up in Skyfox right now.
Oh, look at this.
Let's see what this is.
The whole neighborhood.
Yeah, this is what we were. Yeah, we knew this was here, and this is like the first chance that we're actually kind of getting a look at that real devastation. When they keep saying over 1,000 homes burned in the Palisades, this is one of those areas. This neighborhood, I would venture to say, probably 500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed, I never picture anything like this. This is just blocks after blocks after blocks of that neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes and goes. And then sometimes there is, oddly enough, there's like a structure standing or maybe a garage standing. But for the most part, I would say every home in this neighborhood flattened due to the Palisades fire. And I would venture to say also, during one of the press conferences, I did hear them talking, one of the people talking about an entire neighborhood burning, and there was no resources there. This might have been what they were talking about, because it just goes and goes and goes. But also in that same breath could you imagine being a firefighter, even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips, how do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen, and again, I would venture to say a lot of other folks watching have never seen, especially here in the Southern California area. The haze is still really, really strong, or the smoke out here, so it makes it a little difficult. Sometimes when you get that wider shot, you just think, oh, we're just looking at a neighborhood. But then when you really kind of push in, you can see every single home out here just leveled. You've got the chimneys, you've got some of the walls might still be standing, but the devastation is complete and just jaw-dropping. I'm really not playing. I have no words to describe this entire neighborhood just gone.
It really is. It's just all reduced to rubble. And what hit me the most is when you put up the names of those streets, Stu, I recognize one of the names as somebody who lives there. And I'm sure a lot of people for the first time seeing their communities and these street names, and they can identify their homes. And unfortunately, I do think that I recognize the address of one of our friends. Oh, no. And just to see this, that their neighborhood and their house is probably leveled at this point, it's just so hard to see.
Well, just like these people, we don't know what their story is, but perhaps they used to live here, right? And they've come back to see what was left, and obviously not much. But really, when you're showing us this image, you have to remind yourself, and I know I'm not alone, this is Pacific Palisades, this is Southern California, this is Los Angeles right here. It truly looks like a war zone, and I hate using these cliches and, these terms we keep tossing around, like a bomb went off or, apocalyptic, but there's no other way to describe it.
No, none whatsoever, and it's complete. They have a garage standing right there. That family that couple that we saw down there. I'm gonna see if I can find them one more time. We actually made a little bit of a turn, but they clearly are. This is like they made their way back into the neighborhood, and they are looking. You can see it. This is clearly their house. One of them has a cell phone out. They're walking around. They've got their masks on, but if it's not their house, it might be somebody that they know personally. But just imagine driving into your neighborhood, or anybody listening, not just you ladies. It's like you go home and all of a sudden every home on your block, every home in your neighborhood is gone. No words can really describe it, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes. I know that this is I was calling it the Commons area. Some people were calling it the Village, but now we can kind of see some of that as well in all these buildings. I'm not that familiar with this area. I don't know if that was the Gelsons or not, but there is a large building right there. Then there's all these smaller buildings and some apartment buildings. This is the devastation of the Palisades fire, and this is what we couldn't see underneath the smoke, and that our ground reporters worked so hard to just kind of emphasize, to let everybody know, like, this is what's going on. But until you kind of see a broad perspective of an entire neighborhood leveled. It really, you know, picture's worth 1,000 words, and this, in this case, this is really more than 1,000 words right here.
And you couldn't get this perspective yesterday because of all the smoke that was covering this neighborhood, and it was still very dark and embers flying. But today, with the winds calm at this point, at this hour, and that clear shot, you can definitely see the devastation left behind. And it is just, again, you have no words on how to describe this. And you think about each individual home being someone's life and memories and homes. I mean, the roof over their heads.
You know what's really interesting, too, is there's moments where you have a building or a business that appears to be somewhat intact, and you try to figure out how in the world is that possible? Like that, for example, all around it, right? And that goes to show how these winds are just so unpredictable, and it just takes a second for it to go one direction and then another. And I guess in this case, like that home or that structure is saved. It's just so strange.
You wonder about the construction of the material. Maybe that's a newer home or different type of material that was used, or maybe the winds just didn't blow the embers that way. But clearly, you never know also from the outside what damage is done inside. We talk a lot about the flames destroying these structures, but there's definitely smoke damage that could penetrate these buildings and homes, and it is hard to get rid of any toxic smoke damage inside these buildings as well, or inside these homes. So that's going to be another big process in terms of cleanup for people who have perhaps salvaged their homes, or businesses that have been left standing. What kind of situation are they getting into or returning to when they do go survey the scene after the fact? So a lot of questions, you know, still remain as to how viable these structures are. Stu, thank you so much for this perspective. Of course, we're going to check back in with you a little later on, but for now, we'll take a quick break.
All right, everyone, you are watching continuing coverage here on Live Now from Fox. These heartbreaking images in Palisades. We will continue to follow it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We will get you back out to Fox 11 coverage in just moments. We will take a 2-minute break as well here on Live Now. This is what we were scared about. The daylight video coming from just a horrible 2 days out in Southern California. Sky Fox images just showing us the heartbreak that is going on for so many people that have lost their homes. Take a look here at this vantage point as you are looking at just some people going through the rubble right now, maybe trying to pick out just anything that they can as all of this is destroyed in the Palisades area. Let's go back out now. Sky Fox images from Fox 11.
When you hear those numbers, when they say 1,000, maybe more structures have burned, and a lot of them homes, this is the neighborhood that is probably going to be the biggest chunk of that number. Just by doing basic math, you come up with almost 500 homes just here in that shot, and they mar the majority, probably 99% have been flattened by that fire. You can just go up and down the streets out here. We can pick up just any one, and you can just go back and forth from block to block to block, and every home has been destroyed. This is what was burning. This is what we could not see from the air because, well, one, the winds were too high for us to be here, but then even afterwards, there was just too much smoke. You could not really get a picture of the homes that were destroyed and the destruction that's out here. As we make our way over to the downtown area, which is very close by, that Sunset Boulevard that you're looking at right there, you can actually see a lot of that destruction over here as well. All those small businesses destroyed, a couple of apartment buildings also gone, and it just goes and goes and goes. Every time you just move the camera, you're going to run into a building or a home that has been flattened by the fire. Now, we did hear Gigi talking about, sadly, that they did have a confirmation of at least one other fatality down there. Those numbers may rise, because could you imagine just how this must have looked if to be there on the ground when that fire was just going through that entire neighborhood? It was, even if there were fire trucks there, what could they do to stop that type of destruction, to stop those types of flames? This is just jaw-dropping, and apocalyptic is a word that we use, and sometimes we use these words just to be a little bit exaggerative, but in this case, this time, I can't find the words to describe the destruction of the Palisades Fire. So many homes, so many lives have been affected by this, and a lot of folks really, honestly, still don't know. They might be seeing right now, don't want to shock or hurt anybody's feelings or feel it, but this is really what happened out here in the Palisades area when that fire ripped through there. There are plenty of other homes up in the hills, but this is more of the flatland area, and these are actual neighborhoods. You can just see block by block by block out here. Pretty much wherever you move the camera, you're going to find some kind of destruction, and it just goes from home to home. Again, if you do live out here, and this is the first time you're seeing it, really, truly, my condolences. I couldn't even imagine losing everything like that. And, and this is the thing, you have your life, and everybody says other things can be replaced, but everybody knows the things in your homes, they are held dear to you, and to lose
these images just truly, truly heartbreaking. We will continue our coverage with Fox 11 all day today, right here on Live Now from Fox. We will take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Engine 188.
Engine 188.
LA 180 Grand and White, UTL, you have anything further?
Negative, nothing further. Pomona PD was the only RP to us. The informant did not give their phone number to PD either.
Okay, copy. We're on scene with them, UTL. Thanks.
.117's area, squad 135 to the fall. Squad 26 pushing up. Rescue in the city of Laverne. Medic engine 762, RE762 to the stroke. 4095 Fruit Street, apartment 206, your cross is Amherst. Unconscious person 63 is engine 282, squad 19, 2706, Starfall Drive.
LA from engine 82. We'll take that run for the 2 car. Then we're going to head back out to the Eaton incident.
Engine 82 LA copies responding to squad 19 to the unconscious and placing the 2 car. We'll return to Eaton incident once complete the medical aid. 282 cancel, update your status. Sick person BLS 120s, engine 120 to the headache, 23002 Rio Lobos. Sick person 119, squad 119. 114's area, squad 92 to the fall.
LA Patrol 114, can you put us on that run with our engine?
Patrol 114, LA copies, you've been added with your engine. Engine 120, our call type has now changed to a stroke victim. You're getting squad 61 out of quarters.
Copy, stroke.
What was that? Yeah. I want to turn it off, the transmitter too, but I want it.
Go Rescue 168 series, squad 167. Engine 39 responding out of 168.
Hey, Desk, if you want to mark this video right now, this is the stretch of PCH where homes burned and basically crumbled into the water. Hey, Ryan, got your text. We'll do. We'll get that wide shot. I'm getting you a clean coastline shot right now.
LA engine 752. We're unable to locate a patient here at this location inside. Can you give a call back to the informant?
62 LA copies. Engine 39, and Squad 167, your call to now changed from a medical rescue to difficulty breathing in trailer space number 51, same address. Space 51, 53-year-old male.
167 copies.
Person 87's area, fire station 87. Cardiac arrest 37, fire station 37, responding with sheriff.
LA from AB10, can you attach us to that run with Squad 167?
LA engine 114, you can cancel our squad. 114 copy. Squad 92, your cancel.
Hey, Boop, if you want to take us live after this, we got 2 active fires on PCH. They're attacking this on the ground. This is PCH.
Sick person 128 area. Engine 8 out of fire station 128 with squad 111. Sick person 20525 J. Carroll Drive.
Hey, Booth, go ahead. Copy. Standing by. NOC News Chopper 4. Are we still good into Wilson? IFB is cutting out.
LA Engine 762, you can disregard. Neighbor says that patient's actually at the hospital. Thank you.
762, LA copies.
NOC News Chopper 4. IFB is cutting out. Are we good into Wilson? Hey, desk. Got your text, yeah. Yeah, we can give that a try. Should be able to get there.
Outside investigation, 143's engine 537 out of 143's. At the intersection of Hayward Drive, across of Old Springs Road.
Aircrafts, hopefully, as we get to tomorrow morning, still on the breezy side, but not as bad. And then we get to much better weather conditions. It looks like Friday into Saturday, more of an onshore flow, a little bit of that sea breeze, and hopefully some more moisture. As we get to next week, however, watch how the winds do start to increase again Monday into Tuesday. So that we are not happy about. I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a few moments. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thanks so much. And when we come back, many businesses offering free services for victims.
Uber, Lyft, and Airbnb to name a few, so we'll have those details for you coming up right after the break.
Engine 39, we can handle.
A big thank you to our partners down there
Engine
at
39, you may
Los
cancel.
Angeles, as they
AP10
do
will handle
have
the squad
continuing
167.
coverage throughout the next several hours as we assess the damage from those wildfires that have burned all throughout Los Angeles County, and also looking ahead to the forecast and really what kind of break firefighters and crews are going to catch as they work to put out several fires that are still burning in that area. I want to bring you this, a live picture, 4 different cameras that we have stationed all around the area there. You see Santa Monica, California. We have Los Angeles, LAX, Mount Wilson. Now, Mount Wilson's looking to be the most active.
Rescue
You can see really
129's
those
area.
thick plumes of smoke
Squad
and
134
even
to
some
the fall.
flames down there. The cameras look to freeze every now and then. It's expected because, you know, the connections in these areas. I mean, power lines have been taken down because of these flames. So this is expected. But in the other cameras, you can also see that it is really hazy over there in Los Angeles County due to all of these fires. We're going to go ahead and also use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break, but much more continuing coverage on the other side.
LA Engine 37, you can cancel deputies. This is not a full arrest. 537 LA copies. This is not a cardiac arrest. Cancel LASD.
Copy, stand by. Jonathan, the signal is cutting out a little bit, but I can see your picture now. I can't hear you there, but look at what just flared up along Pacific Coast Highway. We have repositioned. We're over the water now. We're flying down low. We're seeing an active firefight now, but it doesn't look like firefighters can save this house. And
Medical Rescue 33, Squad 33 with engine 140.
These neighboring
160 Lancaster Boulevard.
These homes burnt to the ground. They crumbled into the water here. But what Lauren just said about gratitude, we're seeing that over here as well. We're seeing that here in Malibu. And we don't have to get out of the chopper to talk to homeowners, to talk to these residents, to understand that's what they're experiencing. We're seeing homeowners standing in yards talking to firefighters. I spotted somebody hugging a firefighter here. So we've been wondering, where is the firefight concentrated? Where are they taking action right now? It appears to be along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway, just south of Tuning Canyon Road. No, we have not seen water drops. We have not seen firefighting helicopters. Just these spot firefighting attempts here on the ground, and mostly, again, concentrated along Pacific Coast Highway. And we do need to fly out of here very quickly. We need to get fuel, and this smoke is just untenable for us. But we're live in News Dropper 4. Back to you. Of course. Thank you, guys. Sorry, we gotta get out of here. You good, Aldo?
LA Engine 537, is the informant going to be waiting for us up on this call?
Now 537, that's unknown. Stand by, I'll check. Call back for you. Choking victim 76 is engine 126, squad 149, 27911 Franklin Parkway.
LA Engine 126, please give that run to the Quinn. They are aware.
Copy.
LA Quinn 126, can you pass that call from the engine? They are aware.
Engine 140, Squad 33, your call type is now changed to mechanical fall, same address. 37, check your MDC for a message.
Copy.
Jumper psychiatric emergency 130's area. USAR Task Force 136, switch to dispatch 1 in Command 10. Dispatch 1 for normal operations, Command 10 for this rescue. Southbound 14 Avenue H Hotel. Full arm responding. Medical alarm 131's for engine 131. Rescue 87's area for engine 43 and squad 26 to the seizure. 805 4th Avenue crosses Puerto Rico.
LA Hazmat 43, can you give this call to Hazmat 43? We are aware.
Hazmat 43, LA copies. Engine 43, you're canceled. Outside investigation 93s. One single bush on fire at 70th East Avenue in November. Engine 131, you're canceled. False alarm on Vintage Drive. Show you available.
Assault 130s for engine 134, 2103 West Avenue, J. Juliet. Across the 20th West. Sheriff on scene. Fire department cleared enter. Engine 126, LA.
LA from 2126, engine 126 in quarters.
Copy. We're going to have the him officially remain at Fire Station 76 for move-up coverage.
Copy that. You're just got to tell him out of the station. Thank you.
Copy.
Engine 537.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we were covering 76 from 143 district.
537 LA copies. CCBC wants additional move up to Fire Station 76.
Yeah, I copy that. We were initially assigned to move up to 76, but we're bumped over to 143. So if you need us to go back to 76, due to lack of beds.
537 will advise.
LA Engine 112, Sheriff will handle with that team. MR, squad and engine available.
Copy, Engine 112, Squad 130 cleared and available. AMR is also canceled. Sheriff Med Team will handle.
LA Engine 87. LA Engine 87, we're available. Take out a corner area.
Hey, Booth, go ahead.
87 LA copies. Hazmat and Tender 43 are both canceled. Engine 87 available and responding.
We are landing. Yeah, we gotta get fuel.
Engine 286 LA.
Yeah, we got a blind shot before that last hit. Should be in the feed. Let me know if you want me to feed it back. It's on our card, too.
Engine 286 with Glendale Police are en route to the wires down at the rear of the address. 645 Clariday Street, across the Bunny Cove.
Yeah, the wide shot of the destruction of the Palisades.
En route. En route.
Hey, NOC News Chopper 4. Landing right now. I'm going to drop signal. We should be back up shortly.
Manual pole arm in the city of Laverne. Quint 761 manual pole arm in your district, 2705 Mountain View Drive.
LA Quint 761 en route.
Sick person BLS 90s area for engine 560. 1641 Lexham Avenue crosses Michael Hunt. Down 183, for engine 183.
LA from AP 10, can you put us on that run in 90s and you can cancel engine 560, we can handle with an ambulance.
AP 10 LA copies, you will handle with the ambulance. Engine 560, you're canceled.
LA engine 560 confirming cancel.
Engine 560 affirmative, I'm going to place you available quarters. .761 LA.
Go ahead for Quint 761.
Quint 761, false alarm.
761, copy.
Breathing 182, squad 182 at Quint 185, 399 9th Street. Cross Main.
LA Quint 761, can you put this location on test for 1 hour, approximately till 1200, they're doing testing.
Quint 761 LA copies, on test until 1200 hours. person 153's area, squad 154. Squad 101 LA.
Go for squad 101.
Squad 101 in your district, difficulty breathing at the Claremont Hacienda Dementia Facility, 501 College Avenue, across the Oak Park.
Squad 101, copy, shots and route.
Squad 101.
Engine 183, comm lines only. We're available, give us that other run, cancel the Quint.
Quint 185, cancel, engine 183 available and responding.
LA 286, comm lines only, cancel PD.
286 LA copies, comm lines only, cancel PD.
We could start there and then come across. We do.
LA squad 111 is available. We can take that call in 156's area.
Squad 111 LA copies. Squad 124, if you're not yet on scene, you may cancel.
We'll handle Oregon on scene.
Copy on scene now, Squad 111, no calls pending. Rescue 33's medic engine 33 to the fall. 1711 West Avenue, G. Juliet.
Notify LA County Public Works, they have a pole down at this location.
Engine 537 LA copies. Notify Public Works, pull down, same location.
Yeah.
537 negative, so we're going to keep you gentlemen at 143s and 76. 126 that is, we'll cover 76s.
Copy that.
Sick person in 17's area, SWAT 90 responding on dispatch 2, 11332 Orange Drive.
Maybe not use this car on this one, perhaps.
Traffic collision 4 area, Quint 4 Squad 47, 7433 Garvey Avenue. Difficulty breathing 32, Squad 32. Bleeding 33 is engine 140, Squad 33.
LA, show Squad 47 en route. MDT issues.
Squad 47, LA copy.
LA, Squad 47, can you give us a cross street one more time?
Squad 47 is going to be Garvey across the decline.
Area of Pacific Palisades, thousands of homes have been damaged. It's not over yet.
Difficulty breathing 24's area, Squad 37.
And red flag warnings, that is fire condition warnings remain in place until tomorrow. The fire here in Pacific Palisades has burned some 7,000 hectares, and still across this area firefighters are continuing to put out fires.
LA Squad 47, can you reach in the run to our NDT?
Rescue 129, Squad 134, to the head injury. 10th west cross of Columbia.
Agent 64.
Head.
64, we're out of service mechanical. Can you send the next unit, please?
64 LA copies. Traffic collision 168. Squad 167 with engine 39 and 168's traffic collision westbound 10 freeway at Santa Anita Avenue, CHP en route.
LA Squad 167 en route.
Evacuating on precautions, so now we're here trying to figure it out with 2-day-old outfits on, but it is what it is, you know. Hopefully we can come through this.
Absolutely. And you know, it's so early in the whole situation. Do you have a plan for what's next or what to do?
Well, that's what we did. We went and sat at a restaurant yesterday to devise a plan. So we're going to try to, get in touch with the insurance company and file a claim and rebuild. Right now, I do have another son that lives here in Pasadena, and thank God he has a home that was not affected by the fires, and we're at his house, for right now. And I have family and friends that are taking up collections for us and donations and stuff. But of course, we can't get too much because we don't have a place to take it. But the gifts and act of love is good because we need to go find us something to put on, And so that's the plan, to rebuild. Right where it burned down, I plan to rebuild. Bigger and better.
Bigger and better. And Aaron, I saw, a man walk up to you, give you a hug. So it seems like the community has really been coming together too.
Yeah, the community is great. Everybody's kind of banding together. A lot of people in this community know each other.
especially people, black people that have been here for years and have homes here. A lot of people are calling each other, hugging each other, just being a resource to each other as best they can. So that's been awesome.
I'm a member of Victory Bible Church. 28 families in our church lost their home.
Engine 129, can you put me back on the ticket? Show me on the scene, please.
11 families that lost their home.
Engine 129, I placed you back en route. Time to
So
dispatch
we're
will show you on scene,
all in
10:56
this together, and we just have to support each other because people have nothing. They have memories that they've lost. And my heart goes out to everyone that lost something, not just myself, but everyone. I also teach a line dance class here in Pasadena. 3 of my instructors lost their home. So, you know, we're all going through something right now.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Tatris and Aaron. And we do hope and pray that, you know, everything will work out. And like you said, you've got faith. You know that it will. And a lot of people here at the Pasadena Convention Center going through the same thing. I'll send it back to you.
What a positive outlook in the face of tragedy. Thank you so much, Coco, for that story. We have so much more coming up, including talking with a principal whose school burned to the ground. So what the plan is for students with no place to go.
That's right. To stay with us, much more of coverage coming up shortly after this break.
All right, our partners at Fox 11 taking a commercial break, but we're going to stay on some more of this coverage. I'm going to bring you some of these compelling live images that we continue to get in our newsroom. And take a look at this. This is from the camera, the reporter on the ground there for Fox 11. A little earlier on, she did bring the update that investigators say and have confirmed that human remains were found in the rubble of one of the homes that unfortunately burned down due to the Palisades Fire. Los Angeles County deputies saying they were doing a wellness check when they found what they believe were human remains. Now, earlier this week, the LA County Fire Chief said the department had been stretched thin over the week and has requested additional resources from Northern California, other agencies in Southern California, and from out of state. And we do know that some of those resources are coming in to Los Angeles County from places like San Francisco, and also those out-of-state locations like Nevada and Arizona. Fire crews again from Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington arriving there to help tackle the fires. The Palisades Fire first reported around 10:30 a.m. Tuesday. That was January 7th. And the latest update is that fire had grown to about 17,234 acres with no containment at the moment. And we do know that about 180,000 people continue to be under mandatory evacuation orders as those fires continue to burn in several parts of Los Angeles County. I want to also showcase another live picture that we have, this one courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. And take a look at this. This is the Port of LA. And what's interesting about this is that you got to keep in mind, over on the West Coast, it's just about to be 11 in the morning. So you can really see the toll that these fires have taken when it comes to the air quality. I mean, it looks like there's a filter on this. It's completely overcast. The air quality is really terrible in several parts of California due to the smoke that continues to just permeate the air in so many separate locations that aren't even having fires burning at the moment. And then we also have this live picture courtesy of our partners at the Associated Press. This is in Altadena, California. And really striking images that we're getting from there, because you can see these homes that have completely been burned to the ground. Earlier today, we had some aerial footage of some choppers that were flying overhead at some of these neighborhoods that were really affected, and whole neighborhoods have just completely been destroyed, decimated. And it's having such an impact on so many tens of thousands of people that are looking for where to go, what to do next. You know, that latest live conversation that was showcased on Fox 11, the woman had commented that she had just finished paying off her home, and now she unfortunately lost it because of these fires. Let's head back out to Fox 11. They have more live coverage and some guests joining in to really give us a perspective and a sense as to what folks are experiencing on the ground.
That fire continues to force tens of thousands of people to have to stay away under those mandatory evacuation orders. There are another 13,000 buildings in the path of danger. Moving on to the Eaton Canyon area above Altadena, that fire there where at least 5 people have died. Excuse me. That fire has exploded to nearly 11,000 acres. Some 100 structures have been destroyed, and more than 32,000 people are under evacuation orders, including parts of Pasadena and Altadena. There at Eaton, it is also 0% contained. Winds that drove the flames are backing down a little bit, which is an opportunity that firefighters will use to take advantage of what's happening. But again, that's just speaking for this moment right now. The Hurst Fire in Sylmar has now burned 855 acres. It is 10% contained. The fire began near the 5 and 210 freeways, forcing evacuations across the region, and 44,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes. Evacuation zones do extend to Santa Clarita and the Newhall Pass.
The Sunset Fire burned 60 acres in the Hollywood Hills, and there is zero containment there. Flames are pushing towards Hollywood Boulevard, but most evacuations have been lifted at this point, and residents are returning home, but are urged to stay alert. Firefighters are monitoring for flare-ups. A massive fire erupted last night in Studio City. You can see the dramatic footage there. Flames engulfing a 4-story home on Sunswept Drive. The fire then spread to nearby brush and buildings. More than 50 firefighters quickly, though, brought this blaze under control. There was some damage to surrounding structures, but no injuries were reported.
When the fire was at its height, there was the sense of even if a spot fire would break out, you just didn't know what was going to happen next, because it was just, you know, burning so ferociously, and those winds were kicking up. But hopefully it's going to be a different situation today. Maria, you can talk more about that. These Santa Ana winds seem to have died down significantly.
Yeah, it's so encouraging. I mean, we listened to those officials at the press conference. Bobby even just reiterated it as he just talked to several individuals as well from the fire department, and we are taking great advantage of it. Certainly, we're seeing some by the air assets that are up there. The wind situation right now, although some breezes are strong, it looks like it here in Camarillo, nowhere near the ferocious and fierce winds we saw yesterday or the day before. So we'll take this, right, 10 to 20 miles per hour in Camarillo. Much lighter in Fillmore, Malibu, out towards Palisades, much lighter as well. The winds near the Eaton Fire also much better. Nearly calm winds here downtown LA, not much registering on our wind gauges here. Yorba Linda also quite calm, parts of Orange County. The Inland Empire is where some of those stronger winds are at. Ontario, Corona, that drive through the Cajon Pass and that the Riverside area, parts of that 210 impacted by these winds. Still coming out of the northeast, we're still getting that offshore flow, and that's contributing still to the dry conditions outside, of course. However, nowhere near where it was the last couple of days. So we're going to take advantage of this brief break in the strong winds. It will start to get a little stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening. At least that's what the models are looking at. Red flag warnings has been extended through at least 6 p.m. on Friday. And I don't be surprised if that gets extended again through the weekend. Here are the temperatures right now. It's warming up because of that offshore flow. That's typically what happens. 72 in Santa Ana, 64 in downtown LA, 65 in Santa Monica, 75 in Camarillo. Here's also what's going on. This is the view from space. You know, this storm system that brought us all that cold air and added support, which helped to drive those winds even stronger out of the northeast. That low is pushing off to our east, giving the parts of the south some wintry weather. High pressure is still in control, and it's that clockwise flow of air that's giving us that offshore flow, and that's going to maintain its position. And also want to give you a heads up on that air quality. Really, really tough out there. Very toxic air quality. So all the areas, basically all of us here, shaded in the gray color. That means limit your activities outdoors. Just get in the car, get to where you need to go, and then get back home, get inside where it's better. Look at the air quality here, the data from AQMD. A lot of red dots, very unhealthy, hazardous air quality for everybody, not just for those with upper respiratory issues. High temperatures today will range from 75 in Burbank. If you're headed north to San Francisco, 67, 60 69 in Sacramento, 46 in Portland. You can see the storm track. It continues to ride up and over us and over that area of high pressure into the Pacific Northwest, or rather today in this case, well up into Canada. We do have some changes coming up in the extended outlook, including a strengthening of those winds next week, but also maybe a hint of some moisture. I'll show you that in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
And Maria, you were mentioning the poor air quality. LAUSD just announcing that they will have all schools remain closed tomorrow. Again, LAUSD closing all schools tomorrow as well. And on to the Palisades fire, of course, we've been talking about it's left a path of destruction behind with thousands of acres scorched, landmarks lost, and homes destroyed. And in all probability right now, we do know at least one life has been lost. Gigi Graciette is live with the very latest on this. Gigi.
Well, an investigation is underway here now in Malibu because, yes, the Palisades fire did reach Malibu. It actually jumped PCH and destroyed so many homes on the beachfront homes, one after another. But right now, the focus is on this home, or what's left of it, which is basically rubble, because in that rubble, deputies believe they have found human remains. The story started with a call to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. A family member had not heard from their loved one who lives here on Pacific Coast Highway. They were worried. They asked the Sheriff's Department to please do a welfare check, come to the house, see what was going on. And deputies did just that. And that's when the deputies believe they found human remains in the rubble. And now homicide detectives are investigating, along with investigators from the Sheriff's Department Arson Explosives Unit. They're also here because it is a fire. And just because homicide detectives are here at the scene does not necessarily mean they suspect foul play. It is just part of the investigation, and they are in charge of it. And this is not the only destroyed home they're looking at. Right now, as we speak, in Altadena, at 2 different locations, at 2 different homes that burned down, detectives are also looking to see if what is believed to be human remains were found there right now. And now, what the video that you're looking at is actually the devastation from the Palisades fire. Let's come back out here live, please, because this is really the newest and the most important part of this story right now, and that is the possibility that these fires have claimed 3 more victims. Let's go back to the Eaton Fire. Let me tell you what happened there. One home, firefighters were looking through the rubble for something when they found what they believe are human remains and called police. And then at another house, deputies driving by were flagged down by someone frantically telling them that they had found human remains in the rubble of a burnt out house. Unclear if that was a loved one that found that. So it will be examiner to determine exactly if these are indeed human remains, and then who these people were and how they died. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
It is heartbreaking, Gigi. Thank you. Speaking of the Eaton Fire, the Eaton Fire is still raging through Altadena and surrounding communities. Firefighters are working aggressively to slow the spread and try to protect the critical infrastructure. It's not easy, though. Mario's live with us right now with more on what's happening currently there. And it does look like the winds have subsided, which does help the situation somewhat.
Yeah, that's the good news, Roxy. We haven't been feeling strong winds at all this morning. Hopefully they're not going to pick up here in the next couple of hours throughout the day. Now, there are hundreds of structures that have been touched by flames here, and at least 100 that have been destroyed. Now, what you see here behind me used to be a few businesses, a coffee shop, a pottery studio, and Rancho Bar, a dive bar that had been here for decades, now completely gone. Now, I want to have Carlos Jacinto show you across the street. Several businesses burned, including a martial arts studio and a salon. You see there what's left of it at the corner. 1 block up on East Altadena Road. Several churches no longer standing. The Altadena Community Church has been there for over 80 years, operating a food bank on Saturdays and hosting a number of community events every week. St. Mark's Church right across the street, also destroyed. Now, I want to bring in Stina Ross. She was born in Pasadena, grew up in the area. You're very familiar with all of this. What's your reaction coming in to this neighborhood and seeing some of the destruction?
It's hard, to be honest. I mean, I rent an apartment right on that street. I just walked by it. It's destroyed. worked for a decade at Avison, an amazing charter school up here. Just stopped by there. It's completely burnt. I submitted my master's thesis sitting in this bar, and it's gone. I mean, I love this town. I love these people, and I don't know how they rebuild, but I'm sure they will.
Yeah, that was one of the questions we had is like, how long will this take? When will they get power back? A lot of streets, we see down power lines, down trees. Talk to me about the resilience of the people here. I mean, you must know the people here in this area, what they're going through.
So Altadena is a really special place. It gets lumped in with Pasadena a lot, but the people here, it's such a diverse community. It's a really inclusive community. The neighbors help each other out. Even just walking around, I've seen people hugging each other and jumping in and grabbing branches. And so if anyone can do it, it's going to be Altadena, but it's going to be a tough uphill battle.
All right. Thanks so much for talking to us. Appreciate your perspective on all of this. It really is devastating. We've driven around this area throughout the morning, and several streets, entire blocks leveled by the fire that continues to burn in the hills up above Altadena this morning. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update. From there, let's go up to Stu and Sky Fox, who have been above all these fires all morning long. Ooh, look at these drops, Stu.
Yeah, the super scoopers are here, and they're doing the dirty work, and it is looking good. Taking a look at this one right here, just picked up water out of the Pacific Ocean. Going to be bringing it out over to the Palisades Fire. We're going to keep an eye on it. Not sure exactly where he's going to drop. We've been taking a look at a lot of the homes out here, and there is devastation in so many neighborhoods. But that one neighborhood over by the village was definitely going to be the worst. Even as he's flying along right there, I'm not going to lose him, but you can see another entire little quadrant of homes just leveled from that fire. Now, those super scoopers, they always work in pairs. I think his buddy is probably going to be behind him. I'm guessing they're going to be dropping on the active part of the fire, and that is not me trying to be sarcastic. That is going to be on the far side, or the very northern side of the Pacific Palisades. So he's probably going to go up over the hill. We did see a lot of smoke down there in some of those areas, like the homes are, as we were just kind of looking around, is because, like I said, we did get a lot of folks saying, hey, can you take a peek? Hey, can you take a look? And there is an active fire down here in one of the neighborhoods. And a lot of the smoke that you're seeing and the haze in the shot isn't really even from the Palisades Fire. This is most of the smoke is actually coming from the Eaton Fire, if you can believe it or not, because the winds are all kind of blowing that same direction. But right there, you got another house. This one's burning on Los Lomas Avenue. And again, this firefight definitely continuing out here. So much devastation to see. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Stu, thank you for that perspective. Coming up, we're going to check in with Bob DeCastro. Bob.
Just be aware. We have a power outage.
LA Mayor Karen Bass faces growing criticism for her preparation and response to these fires. She spoke to reporters early this morning. We'll tell you what she had to say coming up.
All right, so our partners at Fox 11 taking a quick commercial break. We're going to be doing the same here at Live Now from Fox. This is the first
smoke
commercial break of this new hour. We're going back out live to this picture, though, still courtesy of Fox 11. This is just outside of what used to be the home that now investigators are looking into, because they believe they have found human remains inside of that home. And then we also have this, another vantage point, for where just moments ago we saw a plane kind of flying overhead there, trying to put out several of these sparks that can still be seen and are contributing to all of the smoke that we're seeing in parts of Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Quint 166 LA.
LA, was that traffic for Quint 166?
Quint 166, affirmative. Please landline dispatch supervisor, extension 6183 ASAP. Abdominal pain 156 is engine 108 only. 24545 Rosette Lane. Chest pains 126 is squad 111.
About the criticism that she slashed the LA Fire Department budget by more than $17 million. Some rank-and-file firefighters have said that they're weary, that they are stretched too thin, and that impacted the firefight. Here's what she had to say.
Can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million?
You know, I think if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years.
I will tell you, a member of the mayor's staff did approach me after the press conference and presented me with a couple of articles which seemed to suggest that the budget was actually increased for the LA Fire Department during that time. And they said that the numbers were interpolated or interpreted a different way. But I did speak with LAFD Chief Crowley, who did affirm that there were cuts, but she said that they tried to mitigate some of those cuts by making those cuts in what she called non-essential services. You do talk to rank and file, and many of them do say there was a $17 million cut, and it did affect them. On another note, I do want to point out, Roxanne, Sandra, that a lot of news came out of here. One of the big data points I want to tell you about is the 20 people who were arrested because of looting in these fire zones. And I did talk to LA County Sheriff Luna, Chief Luna, and he does tell me that they are increasing and stepping up patrols in that area. He says that as you approach some of the stops before you get into these fire zones, that they are going to start screening people a little bit more acutely. They're going to make sure that only essential people go into these fire zones. And they say if you are illegally trespassing in these areas, he says you will be arrested. He went on to say that they are exploring the possibility of curfews, of legal curfews in these fire zones. That's something that we could see in the near future. And he also told me that they're looking at the possibility of getting the National Guard to come out here and help them police these areas. We'll send it back to you.
A lot of information there, Bob. Thank you. Appreciate that. Coming up at 11:20, Amanda's going to join us shortly, and later we'll take a look at the perspective from a firefighter's scene and what they were able to record and share some of their experiences there fighting the fire on the front lines.
Fox 11 taking another commercial break. We're going to stick with some of these live images, though, because they are very compelling. I'm sending you back out here to Altadena, California, this live picture that I brought you just moments ago, where you can see still so much smoke in this area. And we saw some patches of fires still burning here, dangerously close to a lot of these structures. So you can see there's a home there. There's also what looks to be a cell phone tower, power lines that have gone down because of these massive fires that have completely torn through several of these neighborhoods, displacing tens of thousands of people, 180,000 right now under mandatory evacuation orders as those fires continue to burn. And you can see that the smoke is slowly overtaking this vantage point that we have here. Another one that I'd like to bring you is some of the response that we are seeing here, as we know that agencies from across several departments in California, but also out of state and also out of the country. I do believe that this is a plane. I was speaking with my executive producer before, but this is from Quebec's Transport Department. This is a plane from Canada here that we're seeing scooping up water. I'm hoping to get it.
Additional rescue 26 is area for squad 26, engine 43 out of quarters.
Down on here into the water.
15807,
this water. It's doing so right now. And what they do is that they go to all of these areas where they still see some of these flames kind of spreading across to help quench those fires and just try to work on that containment. As I've been saying, and we've been hearing from Fox 11, some of these fires are really burning out of control. Some of them are under 0% containment, including the largest fire that's burning at the moment, which is the Palisades Fire. It's already at last checked burned just over 17,000 acres, continues to grow, and we have seen really the aftermath, the devastation of what those fires have done to several of these communities.
LA 104 at Soledad, okay, there's no smoke here. The only thing we can see is fire from the eating up the brush.
As everything has completely been burned down. But
the
I think we're about to lose this shot. Usually the plane kind of gets out of focus as it tries to get to its destination. But this is just one of the several images that we're watching out for, and just one of the coordinated response that Los Angeles County has worked with several partners from across the region to help with these fires. Let's head back out to Fox 11. They are also showcasing a picture here of what we're seeing, and perhaps they have a little more context to share.
He estimated about 500 homes had burned to the ground in one neighborhood in the Palisades.
At least, right? We're seeing neighborhood after neighborhood like this.
Yeah,
just
and that's
totally
just one
leveled.
fire. Think about that. That's one neighborhood and one fire.
You said this earlier that we've been seeing a lot of it up close, or at least a whole block, but seeing it with the aerial views, sorry about that.
Is your mic not
having a technical difficulty?
How's that? Okay. We've been seeing a lot of these up close, shots of the houses, and even a block wide, but to see the aerial shots of it, it's just, you have no words.
And I think certainly when he zooms out, you're going to see where it ends, and it just wasn't ending. It makes you sick to your stomach.
Right. It's not. It kept going and kept going, and it's what people have been saying. It's apocalyptic, but we are not in a movie. This is real life. Even though some of our favorite movie stars are in the mix of all this. I mean, from local LA residents, mom and pop shops, to some celebrities that we recognize. Everyone is being affected in some way, in so many extreme ways by these fires. Many have fled during evacuations in the area, while others have had to say goodbye to their homes that they've had for years. I mean, no matter how big your home is, it's where you hang your hat. And we're taking a look at this map with several names and faces that we're familiar with, including Tom Hanks and his wife Rita Wilson, Steven Spielberg, Diane Keaton, Michael Keaton, Eugene Levy. Billy Crystal and his wife Janice Crystal have lived in the same home in the Pacific Palisades for 46 years. Since 1979. Ben Affleck and Miley Cyrus. Ricki Lake is one celebrity whose house burned to the ground. She had described her home as heaven on earth and perfection. Actor James Woods posted a series of videos on X showing his home and his neighbors' homes surrounded by smoke and flames. Woods says that his family evacuated from the area safely. He commended first responders and even members of the community for evacuating children from elementary schools within the neighborhood. Right now, the frustrations are also very high amongst a lot of people. And we're seeing a lot of people wanting to hold our city officials accountable. Sarah Michelle Gellar posted on her Instagram story saying, City of LA, you want everyone to evacuate, yet you have complete gridlock and not one traffic cop on the roads helping. And she tagged the city of Los Angeles and Mayor Karen Bass. Former Dancing with the Stars professional dancer Valentin Chmerkovskiy also vented, writing on social media, quote, fifth largest economy on the planet, firefighters didn't have enough water pressure to do their jobs? Are you joking me? The taxes we pay for third-world infrastructure is unbelievable. Come on. But, you know, we find the helpers, as Mr. Rogers says. Maria Shriver shared, we find the helpers in this situation. And this morning, actress Jamie Lee Curtis announced that she's donating $1 million, her and her husband, Christopher Guest, and their children, through their family's foundation to help wildfire relief efforts. In an Insta post, Jamie Lee Curtis says that she and her family are determined to make a difference. Our donation will start a fund of support for our great city and state and the great people. There are a lot of entertainment events also being canceled due to the fires. The Critics' Choice Awards was scheduled for this Sunday, January 12th in Santa Monica at the Barker Hangar. That has been postponed to January 26th. Also, the deadline for Oscar nomination voting has been extended 2 days due to the fires. You know, there's that saying, the show must go on, but sometimes it doesn't.
Nobody's in a celebratory mood.
Nobody is in a celebratory mood right now. Yeah. It was funny to me. I recently asked somebody, you know, when do you stop saying Happy New Year, right? Now, this week. We were saying Happy New Year up until Tuesday morning at 10:30. And it's just, what a start to 2025.
184, this is now cardiac arrest. Total of 2 patients in cardiac arrest from an unknown drug overdose. About Squad 182 is second
As
squad.
our partners head
Falk
to a
ambulance is
quick
responding.
commercial
One
break,
additional
we will be
ambulance, total
doing
of
the
2.
same here at Live Now from Fox, but I do want to bring you just once again a live picture of some of these resources, these planes that are working to help the LA County Fire Department and several other agencies that are responding to these fires.
Sick person BLS 4's area for Quint 4 only. Panic attack in the Motel 6 lobby, 1001 St. Gabriel Boulevard. EP10, are you available? Outside investigation 121. Engine 120 reported smoke coming from the chimney at the address 471 Armitos, Cross Streets, Pikes, Sheriff and Rep.
120 responding to smoke in the chimney. LA 184 advised units that enter off a Humane Way.
Squads 182 and 187 enter off a Humane Way.
Copy.
Sick person 143 is engine 157, squad 73, 27803 Rainier Road. Person bleeding 131.
LA from APT, can you attach us to that run in forward area? And per the captain's discretion, we can handle with just an ambulance.
AP10 LA copies. Point 40 a copy from AP10.
LA Quint 4, copy. We'll let AP10 handle with the ambulance. Thank you.
Point 4.
LA 184.
Go ahead, sir.
Just an update. We have one in full arrest. Second one's just an OD. You still need both squads. Just advise one squad. One is not in full arrest.
184 LA copies. One patient in cardiac arrest. The second remains in overdose. Keeping both squads, both ambulances.
Helicopter 15 will be off. Fires available in 20 minutes. Daniel, please to go.
Copter 15, LA copies. Available voice 20 minutes to NAO. LA engine 134, we're going available. There any runs we can handle? 134 negative, no runs pending. We'll show you available. Smoke investigation 29 is for engine 29 only. At the intersection of the 10 freeway crossing the 605. Rescue 92's area, squad 92 to the fall. Only 157, you can cancel the squad. 157, squad 73, you're canceled. LA 120, can you have the RP meet us at the reported address? Copy, will do. Engine 120 RP will be there in a couple minutes. Thank you. Copy. Assault 43 is for hazmat and tender 43 at the intersection of Stimson Avenue crossing Yarrow Street.
identify Azusa Light and Water. The power's out at Azusa and Arrow Highway, please.
Agent 32, LA copies.
Okay. Okay. Well, there's an active fire apparently down the way. Okay.
LA 157, can you check on that ambulance ETA?
157, LA copies. at 11:43 hours. Stuck elevator 131's for engine 131 at Quint 24 at the Palmdale Terrace, building C, Charlie. 2650 East Avenue, Q12, across the 25th.
LA Agent 29, go ahead.
Agent 29, sir, when you complete your smoke investigation, can you move up to Fire Station 166?
LA Ambulance 29, copy, move up to 166.
29.
.348 acres, and the Sunset Fire has come down to about 43 acres. Also, at least 5 people have died because of these fires, those deaths attributed to the Eaton Fire. And again, 180,000 under mandatory evacuation orders, 100,000 under evacuation warnings, and about 205,000 customers are without power at this time. I want to also bring up this post on X from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. She was part of a press conference earlier today, and she has this to say: thanks to the bravery and collaboration of our LAFD, the Sunset Fire is fully contained. If you are returning home, please drive slowly and watch the road. Firefighters are still working in some damaged areas. I do believe we have a couple of more posts that we can filter through as we're getting several reactions here on your screen from President Biden, who says that first responders like the California National Guard soldiers of the 40th Military Police Company are the best of us. You left your own families, some of whom might be in harm's way.
Rescue 29's area, squad 29 to the stroke.
Of the wildfire
3541 Puente
response.
Avenue.
We owe you for your service.
Across the Sierra.
Also, this from California's Governor Gavin Newsom, saying, everywhere I go, I see firefighters and first responders putting their lives on the line to protect Californians affected by the wildfires. Your bravery and dedication to protecting our communities are nothing short of heroic. Thank you for embodying the Golden State's resiliency. Let's head back out to Fox 11, their coverage, and a look at the forecast.
A little bit stronger, as you can see. It's going to be ebbs and flows of this, and it looks like we're going to get an onshore flow even on Saturday, which is a good thing, and then a little burst of some winds on Sunday. But here's the bad news. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, it looks as if we're going to get another round of some stronger winds after being able to recover a little bit, perhaps on Saturday. So this is what we're expecting, another round of moderate to strong Santa Ana winds as we get to Monday, Tuesday of next week. The fire danger is here. We've got red flag warnings all through from Ventura County, parts of LA County, of course, and a large part of Inland Empire and Orange County. I do think the majority of the stronger gusts will be here in Orange County and the Inland Empire. So the wind gusts expected to be stronger, 60, 70 miles an hour. So this is where you really need to stay alert, stay vigilant, everybody, and remember the smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions, even with the winds weakening a bit here. Wind advisories now. The wind gusts here nearing 40, 50 miles an hour. So nowhere near what we talked about yesterday or the day before when the wind gusts were near 60, 70, 80 plus miles an hour. So much, much lower. The wind watches, though, are in effect for a large portion of Ventura and LA again as we get to looking ahead to those stronger winds we're expecting as we get to next week. So keep that in mind. Here's the models. This is one of the reasons we're expecting it to get windy again next Monday and Tuesday. It depends on where this area of low pressure will go. We're watching this closely because even though it's several days away, this could determine whether it will stay dry as we get to the remainder of the week. As this pushes in, according to this model, next week Thursday, there's a chance. Right now it's about a 10 to 20% chance we could get some precipitation from that, which would be so welcome, right? This is well into next week. It's a long ways away. We'll keep you posted as we continue to watch the models. In the meantime, those winds will be gusty at times today and tomorrow. A little weaker on Saturday with an onshore flow. Notice the temperatures drop as a result of that sea breeze, and then they'll pick up slightly again. Remember, on Sunday with another opportunity for those very strong winds like Monday to Tuesday. We've left the raindrops out for Wednesday, Thursday, just because it's still, well, several days away, but just wanted to keep it out there, and perhaps it'll come to fruition. 42 in the mountains today with those red flag warnings. 64 in the high desert, 72 in Palm Springs, and as you can see, it does stay dry with those winds returning next week, Monday and Tuesday. Stay safe out there, everybody.
Thank you, Marie. Yeah, I think that state and city officials are hoping that today is the day that they make a turnaround, they turn a corner, and that firefighters can finally get a handle on the situation. But so many people are stepping up to help their fellow Angelenos in this time of crisis. But of course, there are those who take advantage of the situation by looting. And last night, Haley Winslow witnessed that firsthand in Altadena.
It has turned into the wild, wild west here, you guys. It is just complete insanity on all corners. We've been kind of traveling around here the last few hours. We're currently on Altadena and Lake Drive. We just caught looters. So many looters here. There were looters down the street held at gunpoint. Police are kind of doing the best they can, like these firefighters, the first responders here. They're seeing looters walking down the street with large TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town has left.
Did you start a bariatric ambulance?
Right, and this is something that Sheriff Robert Luna made mention of at a news conference at 8 o'clock this morning. So far, there have been 20 arrests for looting and preying on people's homes. New LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman spoke a few hours ago and let the looters know he has some very strong words for them. He plans to bring the full force of the law at them.
Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's the same thing when you're talking about people who rob people in broad daylight as they're just walking down the street and they're vulnerable, and you have people who are taking advantage.
LA 92 available, boys.
It's really disgusting.
Agent 92 is available, boys.
This happens all the time. Whenever there's a tragedy, there are people who take advantage of other people. And
29, nothing further from the informant. He's no longer in the area.
What goes through these people's minds, but it's just
605,
disgusting is the
also
only word I can think of.
Worst of humanity doing this, you know, because it is an example of just preying on the people who have lost everything.
It's a new level of low.
Yeah.
29 available, showing move up to Fire Station 166.
So we're just listening there to some of the live coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I did want to bring you out live, though, to this really striking image that we're getting, a chopper footage and a view from over Altadena, California. The camera continues to zoom in and out, and hopefully they zoom out once again. But look at that. All of that smoke, fires still burning in several parts of Los Angeles County, and you can just see that crews are working very hard to try to get these flames under control, but there's so much brush, there's so much vegetation in this area that those flames are not having too much trouble there spreading to several other parts. It's not looking like too many structures are in this area at this moment. And earlier we did see some of these planes kind of do these dunks where they dip down into the water, they gather up like gallons and gallons of water that they're going to use when they fly over these areas, and they just quench all of these flames to keep these fires from spreading even further. So this is over Altadena, California. We know that we're monitoring several of these wildfires, the largest one being the Palisades Fire that is currently burning more than 17,000 acres. And that was the first fire that really started. It was early Tuesday on January 7th. It has continued on to this Thursday, January 9th. Crews are working hard to extinguish these flames, but I wanted to bring you this picture because really compelling, and it gives you a sense as to what some Angelinos are seeing at this moment. We're seeing the camera pan out there, and just look at that. Smoke. It's incredible. It's looking like clouds, really, but it's not. This is all due to these fires.
29 LA.
We're stepping away for our final commercial break of this hour here at Live Now from Fox, but we continue with more of these live, compelling images and checking back.
29, just for at least several hours until .166 completes their assignment in fire.
California. We'll be right back.
29, copy.
Is available quarters NAO. Copter 15 is available quarters NAO. 145. Engine 145, sick person, 18138 Los Palacios Drive.
LA 145 en route.
145.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you for joining us on this Thursday, January 9th. I'm your host, Carla Hara. We're quickly approaching the top of the next
Seizure
hour.
85, Series 1154, 1255 West Arrow Highway.
On the west coast, that's 11.
Inside investigation 143.
And the west coast is really where we're
537 responding, bells ringing.
Today
28330 Old Springs Road.
Out of control. I'm bringing you back out live to this picture that we have, chopper footage. This is over Altadena, California. The camera continues to zoom in and out, but you can see all of the smoke there in this area and all of the vegetation as this fire continues to burn. All of these embers just overtaking all of this. Look at that. I just want to hold off on this picture because it's massive. When we're looking at this plume of smoke, you see those fires kind of burning down there off in the distance, really causing mass devastation. About 180,000 people still under mandatory evacuation orders, and at least 5 deaths have been attributed to these fires. We are working with our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they also have continuing coverage. They have reporters on the ground assessing the situation, speaking with people who have lost their homes and really everything due to these fires, as these neighborhoods have completely been burned down. A lot of people having nowhere to go after this. But let's head out to Fox 11 and see what kind of context they can bring to this situation.
Smoke, but by the time we got here, those flames getting very, very close to those repeaters. Right now, that seems to be the priority. Fire department working to get those flames in check before they get over there and start doing damage to those antennas. I'm Stu Open Sky, Fox, back to you all in the studio.
This is a real nightmare situation for first responders. They were trying to protect those transponders.
Wires
and
down,
those repeaters.
19's
This is obviously
19.
a core hub of communication that so many people rely on, and they were hopeful that the fire wasn't going to reach these transmitters, Stu, but clearly now they look like in jeopardy. And in fact, they were having a protected line around these transmitters for quite some time. They scaled down to a skeletal staff up there in Mount Wilson because obviously they need to staff these positions, but now it's quite a threat.
It is most definitely a threat, and it is very serious. We're trying to see, when I push in like that, I'm just wondering if we can see something down there. I know there is one aircraft nearby, but I don't know if they're doing water drops or how they're trying to control it. There's also a small village up here as well. There's a restaurant and some other stuff, and of course you've got the observatories. All that right now in peril. I'm not sure about that, but these repeaters right here, that's definitely a serious situation. Those flames, this isn't the camera kind of looking at an angle. They're getting very, very close to that group of repeaters right there. And there, again, there's buildings at the bottom of them. I'm trying to show you maybe one of them and get an idea how close those flames are. But that's the problem. If any of those buildings get damaged, those repeaters will go down. Communications will become a problem. Of course, they have backups and alternates. But this is one of the main ones that we use out here in Los Angeles. And of course, if they have a problem here, it's going to ripple effect throughout all of Los Angeles and the smaller communities nearby.
I don't know if you touched on this yet, Stu, but what's the response that you're seeing out there from firefighters?
Well, we know they're down there. That's the thing. I'm actually trying to see if we can find somebody or maybe an aircraft maybe doing a drop out here. We have yet to see them. But, of course, they are up here, and, they are busy. They have all of that Altadena to deal with.
Unconscious person 136 is squad 84.
Out in the
Palisades
Palisades
BLS 93 for engine 93
we do see a lot
only.
of open fire out here, and we do see it making their way closer to these buildings. And that's another thing, too. A lot of these buildings, these are all county-owned, and they're businesses, so they do take advantage of all of that brush clearance and that safety net that's around all those buildings. So maybe if the flames get close, they might not actually get to those buildings. But it is still definitely a scary situation and worrisome situation for any of the first responders. If they lose any of these repeaters up here, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, first responders have their towers up there. We have our towers up there. I believe a lot of TV stations do as well. It could be a big problem if those towers are impacted, for sure.
Definitely, and the flames seem to be kind of, and it might be because of the brush clearance in the area. Now that we're getting up higher and closer to it, there's also a TFR out here, so we can't just go right up to the repeaters and take a look. It does kind of look like they are. It's not right up to the antennas. Some of them are. Some of it is very, very close, but in this position right there, that fire, that smoke is actually
automatic alarm with the reset. 117, engine 140 out of fire station 33. 2640, 72 Juliet 4. 27th Street.
Very, very close to those buildings up there. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So we're going to keep an eye on it for sure, looking to see if we can see any of the fire trucks out here. But these flames definitely made their way to the top of Mount Wilson right now. And this is from the Eaton Fire. That started down in the Altadena area.
Oh boy, all right, let's hope that they don't get really any closer to those towers. But thank you for that perspective, Stu. Certainly a situation we're going to be keeping a very close eye on all throughout the day. But meantime, I want to show you this. This is the front page of today's LA Times. Like 1,000 fires. Yeah, I mean, there is no better picture than that. There's no more emblematic picture than that. Just one of absolute terror. You know, across the Southern California, you have at least 5 people dead as a result of these fires. More than 2,000 structures burned, as Stu was showing us, a couple of hours ago. When you see the Pacific Palisades and some 500 homes in one neighborhood just torched. This has been a 48-hour nightmare for Southern California, the most destructive winter fires to ever hit the city of Los Angeles. And this is the cover of the New York Post. LA. Yeah, I mean, that's I'm sure how it felt for firefighters and for our news crews, by the way, to be driving, and residents to be driving on some of these streets when you see fire on both sides of the road, and just everything it feels like in that moment is
person 146
it really
is
does
area
look
squad
like that in
61.
certain spots too, or it did at least, right? This is not a filter. It was this orange hue had just taken over. Unbelievable. Well, I have some new images to share with you, and these videos to share with you sent to us by firefighters to show the firefighters' perspective. We do want to say thank you to the LA County Fire Department, Station 16, Engine 9, for the footage and the information they've provided. Watch this.
145. LA engine 140, we made contact, false alarm.
So Station 16, Engine 9 got assigned to the Palisades Fire an hour after it began, and they worked nonstop for about 24 hours. No breaks in between. Wow. They say after one assignment or one mission was complete, they went directly to the next assignment. And I'm going to quote the firefighter directly here to give you a sense of what it was like for these crews here, what they were dealing with. He says, at certain points, the wind was so strong, firemen were literally having to get on the ground or find refuge behind fire engines and structures in the middle of PCH while the wind gusts would pass through. Your typical strategy and tactics were not possible.
37.24 only. Respond to the structure fire. 37836. That's 37836. Lasker. Cross of Avenue R Romeo 4. Timeout 1204.
Kind of situation, they say. Multiple agencies working together to save as much as possible. And the challenges are great. They're extremely different and difficult compared to other fires. Some of the challenges include the space, they say, between the homes, which made gaining access really tough. They also say they had a really hard time trying to convince homeowners to get out of their homes. A captain of 25 years says that he's never seen so many homes on fire
unconscious
so
person
quickly.
188 area,
With the
squad
type
182.
of wind gusts that they were dealing with, they actually had to hold on to any solid
LA squad
object
37 out of that structure
to
on
not
district.
get knocked over. Imagine this: trash cans, large pieces of metal,
37
material,
helicopter.
even a garage door which was blowing past them.
I mean,
They would
these
just
are, you're talking hurricane force winds.
Exactly. All they could do
37
was
no
try to
climb
slow
plan
the
will just
fire
be on
down.
dispatch 1
They say that
direct.
fire was impossible to stop.
Squad 37 copies, thank you.
The story shared is, when they're on the coast there, and there's homes burning on both sides, and they're working hard to try to slow the progress. A homeowner approached them saying, hey, can you come across the street, help me out here? And the firefighter says, you know, at that point we had limited resources and we could see that their home was already on fire and there was nothing they could do. And that homeowner said, well, I don't have insurance, so I'm going back. I'm going to go back and save my home. And they said, don't go, let us get you out of here. And they were very adamant about the fact that they didn't have health and fire insurance. So they say they don't know what happened to that home. They don't know what happened to that homeowner.
Contender 136 with squad 134 to the sick person.
A different look and perspective because you're seeing it right there from the ground.
It really does.
Thank you for sharing with us.
What dangerous conditions that these men and women have had to work in this last 48 hours. I mean, you really get a sense of how overwhelmed.
LA Engine 37, have my squad to the ticket.
And the thick smoke, not being able to see or to get yourself oriented as to where you were. And what kind of conditions you had to face with the embers blowing right horizontally right past you and not knowing what was going to be catching on fire next. It had to have been just an absolute nightmarish situation.
Very scary. And by the way, that firefighter, I've been in touch with his wife. Our kids go to school together, and you know, she also didn't have contact with him for a very long period of time. And there's so many families out there who have brave men and women providing this incredible service for the rest of us in the community. And imagine your loved one being out there on the front lines and you don't have connection with them, you have no communication, and you're relying on the news or just word of mouth, and you're waiting to get some information. That is very frustrating.
Yeah, not hearing from them for likely hours. And some of these firefighters are pulling, you know, 24-hour days.
Right. Imagine how it feels when you don't get rest and you can't really function. Well, now not only do you have to function, but now you're in charge of trying to save other people's lives and homes.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. So there's a reason why we say they're
Squad
heroes.
182, cancel response.
Thanks to those firefighters
Responding
for
squad
providing us a glimpse of what they have to go through.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we are going to reset things here. It is 12:08 on this
Outside
Thursday
investigation
morning.
146 is area for engine 61 holding
Evacuations.
reported smoke.
Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as those flames threaten thousands of
Outdoor
structures.
fire 130.
You've got the strong Santa Ana.
Blaster, it's going to be a fence fire. Engine and squad 37 can't handle. Cancel the truck.
The LA area right now. You've got the Palisades
Point
Fire.
24 cancel. Engine and squad 37 will handle the fence fire.
The Hurst Fire
37836 last
in
gravity.
the Sylmar area. Also the Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills.
An evacuation center has been set up for Palisades Fire victims, and evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open there at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. And
Psychiatric emergency BLS 37 for engine 24 only.
And larger
In the jail at
animals.
Palmdale
You
Sheriff.
can go to Pierce College, and that is
7508.
at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills, or the Los Angeles
LA Quick 24, give us that running place for the engine.
Riverside Drive in Burbank. If you have smaller pets like dogs or cats, they can be taken to the Agora Animal Center at 29525 Agora Road in Agora. And Coco McAvoy actually talked to one Eaton Fire evacuee at the Pasadena Convention Center who's sharing his story and offering a message of strength.
Engine 112 pushing route.
Today, you know, it's kind of hard to keep it together because our life is gone. It's not gone. We're alive. We're fortunate. But
LA Engine 112 is en route.
There's nothing there but the chimney. You know, it's
Engine 112, 1209.
And so many others, all our neighbors and everybody, the memories. Altadena is a special place. And I hope we bounce back. You know, it's going to be a hard process, a slow process, but I hope we bounce back. We will. It's just going to take time, you know? It's just going to take time.
And I know, like you were saying, this is emotional for you, too, because of your cancer journey. You've been through a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I was diagnosed with cancer in the middle of August. I spent 3 weeks in the hospital. I couldn't use my legs at all, and after 7 weeks in a nursing facility and some great PT people, I'm now on a walker, and God willing, in a couple months I'll be walking again. So it's just like a big 1-2, you know. And but I'm fortunate because I'm here. I have my wife. We have some great friends who really helped us out, and we'll get through this, you know. And I'm wishing that for everyone. You'll get through it one day at a time, you know. Excuse me.
That man must feel so overwhelmed. I just want to give him a hug. My goodness, he's already been through so much, and then this on top of it.
It really is, and there's so many stories like that too, you know? That just one story.
Outside investigation 32, strange and 32,
Maria,
eastbound
actually, I
210
do want
First
you to talk
Avenue and
about
across.
this because I noticed a lot of people saying, hey, the wind has stopped. It's not blowing as hard. Why are there still fires? Can you please speak to that?
Well, okay, so there's many reasons why there's still fires, right? A lot of that falls on the firefighters. Of course, they have still
Residential
a lot of
alarm
wind to
114.
contend with. It may not be windy where you are, but certainly as you get up higher and higher in the atmosphere, it gets windier and windier, and that affects how they attack this fire, whether it's the helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft or none at all.
Rescue
There are
130.
all of that to consider, but also so the winds are going to go up and
Squad
down.
130 with engine 134 to the fall. In your district at
Right
2070 Westwood Court,
as we take
apartment
a
number
look
47
outside
across
right now, I
the
just want
20th
to
West.
point out the contrast of temperatures. It is winter, and look at the 20s and 30s and some wintry weather across parts of the deep south. Here in the southwest, warmer with those temperatures in the 60s and 70s today because of that offshore flow. This wind, the Santa Ana wind, is still with us. Not as strong as the last couple of days. That is the good news. I like saying these numbers because it is hopefully helping and really helping the firefighters fight, get control of these fires that are still burning. It's going to take a while to get containment on these fires. 21 right now miles per hour in Oxnard. Nothing like the 60, 70 mile per hour winds we were talking about just even as early as yesterday. 16 mile per hour winds in Palmdale. Fontana, much lighter, 8 miles per hour in Santa Ana. The winds that are taking a break right now, it's going to be brief. All right, so hopefully this is the time period, this is the window where they can try to get more control. It will get stronger as we get to the afternoon and evening hours this evening. Nothing like what we saw. However, it's just going to be stronger than where they are now. So that's why it behooves everybody to get to attack it now with more intensity than before. Red flag warnings do continue. In fact, it's been extended through tomorrow because of the fire danger that will continue regardless of how strong or weaker those winds are going to be this morning into this afternoon. 67 in Burbank currently. There's the warming up. 72 in Long Beach, 74 in Santa Ana, 71 in Ontario, 36 in Big Bear. Here's the computer model. I want to show you what's going on. The winds have definitely increased since early this morning. It's getting up to about 30 mile per hour winds in Camarillo, the mountains out towards the Inland Empire. Not the 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts we saw, right? Now watch as we put it into motion. It did increase a little bit. We're going to continue with this intensity through the afternoon and evening hours tonight through tomorrow morning. So that's what the firefighters have to contend with. But here, a little calmer. Parts of the San Gabriel Valley, parts of the foothill communities that had to deal with the winds coming down from that Eaton Fire in those mountains there in Pasadena. It's going to be a little bit more of an onshore flow as we get to Saturday. That's a good thing. That's going to add more moisture into the atmosphere, right? Also give us some lighter winds. However, as we look ahead to next week, Sunday into Monday, we're watching another round of stronger winds. See this? So the brighter areas. So the offshore flow is going to stay with us. It'll get a little stronger, a little weaker, a little stronger. It's not going to be quite as ferocious as the last couple of days. That's the good news. But that being said, it doesn't take much wind to continue to fan these flames.
LA 124, can you contact the sheriff's station and have them open up that gate so we can access the
result of the
patient?
offshore flow. Often warmer closer to the coastal basin than it will be inland. 42 in the mountains, 64 in the high desert, 72 in Palm Springs. So we're going to talk more about the watches and warnings that are still in effect, as well as the 7-day forecast coming up in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thanks so much. All right, 12:15 coming up here. When we come back, speaking live with insurance expert and host of Insurance Hour, Carl Sussman.
We thank our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they step away for a commercial break. We will do the same here at Live Now from Fox. The Live Now picture, a chopper footage just over Altadena, California. We'll be right back.
LA 32, we're on scene. The location and the info in the text are correct. No immediate hazard. Notify Edison, please. Engine 32, better location is going to be Azusa at the 210 freeway. High voltage lines on top of the freeway.
32. Fire 32.
Somewhere safe. The stuff that we left behind, and if the worst has happened and you've lost it, this is what insurance is for. This is why you purchase it. This is why you've been paying for it. And now it's time for the carriers to step up and do what they need to do. The first thing you want to do is take a deep breath. After that, get ready to file your claim. We're telling everyone that you really want to get the claim filed sooner than later, even if you don't have 100% confirmation of what it is that's happened. Maybe you've been evacuated, you're not 100% sure. Is your home there? Is it not there? Which is just the worst feeling. But start the process now. It's sort of like going to the bakery and you take the number. You want to get in line. You want to get your claim started so that when the process can begin, you'll be able to already be in line and you'll already be in a position where you can be assigned a claims adjuster and you can start things moving forward from there.
And how much, can people reasonably expect to get from their insurance company after they do file a claim?
Well, depending on the policy they have, some companies work in one way where they're going to ask for a lot of information. They're going to ask you to make lists of things that were damaged, lost. What did you have? Other carriers, it might be as simple as you're going to ask for policy limits because the house is gone. You don't have to go through line by line and do that. One thing to be aware of is a lot of these losses will be with the California Fair Plan Association, and they have a very specific script that they have to go through. And I know it can be frustrating frustrating. I've been on probably 30 or 40 calls with clients this week, and they'll ask you, was any personal property damaged? And of course you want to scream because you just told them the house is gone. But they have to ask, and they're going to ask you, do you know the cause of the fire? And you want to pull out the rest of your hair. Just, again, a little bit of grace, a little bit of patience, because they're going to be going through this with literally hundreds of people. So just be prepared to be asked the same types of questions over and over again. And again, if you have a total loss, then you should be anticipating being able to get the limits that are within your policy.
I mean, you talked about grace just a moment ago, and some people are saying this could be the final straw in fire insurance coverage in Southern California. Already before this, State Farm dropped 70% of its policies in the Palisades alone. That's more than any other zip code in the state, because they knew that this area is considered high risk. What are people to do here?
Well, I think that was actually a bit of luck for consumers, as it turns out, because as we know, State Farm is having some serious financial problems. They've actually filed with the Department of Insurance for emergency rate increases because they are claiming they don't have enough money right now to pay their claims. So if they were on the hook for all of those clients in the Palisades, the likelihood of them being able to pay those claims are pretty low. So those people, as frustrated as they were, they are with other insurance companies, and they're in a position where they can likely get those claims handled and get them paid. As far as what we should be expecting at this point, fortunately, all of these regulations that the Department of Insurance has been talking about since September of 2023, if you can believe it, finally became law in December. So what I think is going to happen is now the industry, instead of being in a position where they're saying, oh, we're just done, this is just ridiculous, there's no coming back from this, I think because of the new regulations that are in place, there is a path forward. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see the industry stepping up and paying some really, really big bills, and then based on these new guidelines, they're going to be reshuffling how they underwrite, how they price, how they discount, all those sorts of things. In areas that are higher risk for fire are going to be higher premiums to pay, and areas that are lower risk for fire are going to be less expensive.
If your fire insurance dropped you, what do you do now? Because so many people who just lost their homes are facing questions like this, and they have no idea what to do.
Well, what happens is if your home is gone and you need to rebuild, you need to get a special type of policy. They're called course of construction policies, and there will be companies running around to write those policies, right? They're going to smell the blood in the water, and they're going to say, oh, we can write all this business, right, for course of construction insurance. Now, the Department of Insurance is extremely consumer-friendly, very pro-consumer. They've already issued an edict that says that if you are in any of the wildfire-affected areas or even the surrounding areas, then the insurance carrier that you had before the fire cannot non-renew you or cancel the policy. So you've got a guarantee of 12 months before the carriers can even consider taking any action on your policy. So there's a sufficient cushion in there that I think that by the time we might be looking for there to be a policy renewing or needing to have a different type of policy other than a construction policy, the industry shall have balanced out by then, and we should be able to have some options to get coverage.
All right, Carl Sussman, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate you, and I hope you're doing okay. I know you said you were evacuated.
Go ahead and show us some route, please.
I've got everyone I need around me. That's what matters.
Copy.
That's all it is. All right, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Meantime, we do have some breaking news now from the wildfires and the smoldering ashes of
KLF
Eaton and the
146
Palisades fires. What could be several chilling discoveries that have just been made. Investigators believe they have just found potential human remains. Gigi Gracia joins us from Malibu with the details on 3 active investigations. Gigi, what can you tell us?
That's right. Law enforcement sources confirmed to me they do believe that the remains found in the rubble at this home here on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu are human, are from someone who lived here. But the medical examiner who just arrived on the scene will make that determination. And this is one of at least 3, possibly 4 different investigations going on simultaneously after human remains were found in multiple locations. Let's start here on Pacific Coast Highway. We understand now that there were 2 people who lived here. One of them got out, and when that person didn't hear from the other occupant of the home, they called the sheriff's department and asked them to do a welfare check. That welfare check was done, and that is when deputies found what they reported to be human remains. Homicide detectives are here. That doesn't necessarily mean that there is foul play suspected. It just falls under their jurisdiction. We have the medical examiner now the ultimate determination if the remains are indeed human, and then they'll have to identify who died here at the scene and how they died. I mentioned this is one of possibly 4 investigations happening simultaneously. Over in Altadena at 2 different locations, human remains have possibly also been found. In one case, firefighters called deputies, telling them they found the human remains in the rubble of a burnt-down house. In another case, deputies were driving by when they were flagged down by a resident who told them they had found human remains. Again, it's important to note the medical examiner will have to confirm this, but our sources are telling us, at least here in Malibu, they do believe that the remains found belong to someone who lived in this home, the home that has burnt down. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
I do suspect that this will be, especially when you saw the overhead look that Stu was giving us of the Palisades. You don't know what's in those homes, and I have a sneaking suspicion that we'll be finding more, unfortunately.
I think you're right.
In the rubble. Which is why Sheriff Robert Luna at that press conference earlier this morning made mention that, he doesn't necessarily trust the numbers. They're out right now. He wants deputies to be able to go and search these homes one by one.
Yeah.
Just to really find out.
Of course, absolutely. More, unfortunately, bad news to come. We're going to take a break, though. We'll be right back.
At Fox 11 in Los Angeles there, you were taking a live look out in the port of Los Angeles, courtesy of our partners at Webcams, trying to give you a better picture of what things are looking like in the area as fires continue to burn. And that breaking news that Fox 11 just brought, more investigations underway as law enforcement agencies are looking into possibly more deaths due to these fires. At last check, just 5 deaths at the moment, but that number could rise. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Bra Lahara. Time right now is 3:30 p.m. on the East Coast, 12:30 over on the West Coast. And that is where we are heading to continue our coverage of these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County, and bringing you back out live to this picture we have of a chopper flying over Altadena, California. And you can see still very hazy because of all the smoke in the area and down there on the ground. We see several law enforcement agencies, first responders, a fire truck kind of moving through, and also you can see just the devastation left behind because of these fires that have really decimated several of these neighborhoods. So many of these homes completely burned to the ground.
LA engine 762, you can cancel engine 86 at their discretion. We can handle.
Just take a look at that.
86, you copy?
In California. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles for their continuing coverage.
To another financial crisis. The full cost of recovery still unclear as firefighters battle, of course, to contain the flames.
Meantime, LA County Sheriff Robert Luna has a sad update to the amount of people accused of looting LA fire victims, and he's ramping up the department's efforts to curb it.
Last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable.
26 is engine 43, squad 26, 15525 Fellowship
As
Street.
you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest.
Shortly after that, newly elected Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman echoed the sentiment.
You want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment.
It's still sickening to me that people would, be all too willing to take advantage of vulnerable people who are trying to, protect their homes and people who frankly lost everything. In the meantime, there are people who are doing good in this world. First responders battling fires in LA are getting a much-deserved free meal. This is all thanks to one local restaurant.
Yeah, Bob, right now live with this heartwarming story. Hey, Bob, where are you?
Good morning. Yeah, it's one of those stories where in the midst of a big crisis, all the community comes together. You ask where I am, we are really in the heart of Eaton Canyon. I've been hiking around here. This is not even very far where the fire actually originally started. Really a short stone's throw from here, just up the hill. And so we are at Station 66, LA County Fire Station 66. It was a station that was spared. The fire tore right through here. And over the course of the hours when this was spared, this actually became a central point for all of the firefighters that are on the front lines. They come out here and they come down here for some rest or just to check in. In fact, if you look behind us here, there is a fire station there from Kern County. They're doing their check-in here as well. They've probably been on the front lines.
Difficulty breathing, 145, squad 119, 1615, Ibarra Drive, engine 145 acknowledged.
All of these fire units were coming in right. How many units would you estimate, or people are coming here every single day to check in after the fire, after they're out in the fire lines?
We've had a few hundred people come yesterday, and maybe 150 come today already to fuel up, to rest a little bit, and to eat, and get back on the fire.
And your firefighters are telling me one of the issues they had was the firefighters were coming in here and they're like, hey, you got anything to eat? And they pretty much had water. They have to go all the way down to the Pasadena Rose Bowl, right, to get to that replenishment.
They had to go down to their base camp. We had some people that fortunate enough to donate some food for us here because all the businesses around here are closed now because everything's been evacuated. So we were able to have a hub or a second base camp, if you will, for all the firefighters in the area to recharge, refuel, and get back on the front.
So who's supplying the food? You bring in this Bachi Yaki food truck here from downtown that opened during COVID. Mike and his family, you reached out and you said, hey, how can we help? And also they connected you with Fire Station 66, right? Tell us what you guys are doing here.
So we're donating our food to hard-working firemen. My sister reached out to them, and luckily we were able to connect and come out here and just do what someone should do. Just, they're putting their lives on the line, so we can definitely go ahead and feed them. So we have, our famous hibachi bowls that we actually do, and it's got protein, fried rice, and sriracha and soy sauce for them to go and stuff. So
Lots of hot meals. I think I have the Instagram on your screen because you kind of became a little viral here, but right? Because you started providing this.
Right.
And then people started reaching out and like, well, okay, you're helping out. How can we help out?
Right. They started bombarding us last night, and they donated all this to us just last night. A lot of foundations. There's at Big Sleeps. He's a big tattoo artist in LA. He put everything together for us, and we went viral because of him and other people. So the whole community is coming together.
It's one of those things, you know, you're like, we just want to help out, and I know a lot of people want to help out. You know, why are you doing this? You know, you're an Angelino, right? You're kind of born and raised here?
Born and raised in South Central LA, and always, you know, admired firefighters and police officers, even though some people didn't, but you know, they need our help, and we have to come together.
Yeah. How are you guys doing? Because you were telling me you're putting, I'm going to take a look at your truck in here, because you guys are hard at work, right? They told me that you keep cooking. When all of it is done, you leave it here for the night, you go back, and you basically get all your supplies for the next day, and then you do it all over again.
Right. We're on day 2. Part of we're going to try to stay here as long as we possibly can, and they need us as well.
Awesome. Tell us a special connection. Come on back out here, because you have a special connection with the captain, right? You guys were talking, and you're like, he's heading this up, you're heading this up, and then you realize that you guys had kind of this special connection.
Right. He came out here and said, why are you doing it? I said, we want to give back. I told him where I grew up and near USC, and then he said, I grew up near USC, so we grew up blocks, you know, within blocks of each other.
What is that? Exposition Park, or what's the area?
That's what it's called right now, Exposition Park.
It's called right now? What's it called? Exposition Park back then?
Well, back then we called it South Central.
Okay. Well, South Central or Exposition Park represent is what I say.
Yes.
Thank you for your service, Captain. We appreciate everything you and your firefighters are doing right now. I know that a lot of these guys are working really hard. They're very tired. And Mike, obviously, I thank you and your family for providing the services. Bachi Yaki. And if you're out there and you're wondering how you can help, how you can donate, they'll take the donation.
Breathing 129.
Instagram. I'm going to put it right there on your screen again. It's at Bachi. Tell me the Instagram again.
At Bachiaki LA.
There's underscore in there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. At Bachiaki_LA.
Gotcha. I remember you telling me that.
Thank you so much.
All right, there they are. So another great story there. People coming together in the face of crisis.
Boy, that is quite literally food for the soul right there. Go give them a follow. Bachiaki doing great things for the community. This is what it's all about, right? When you're talking about times of crisis, wrapping your arms around each other. We need people.
Good people.
Yes.
It's a nice contrast to the story of people looting and taking advantage of people.
For sure. All right, we're gonna go to break. We'll be right back.
Partners there on Fox 11 in Los Angeles, bringing a very great story as we're seeing Angelinos coming together to help everyone that has been devastated by these fires all across Los Angeles County. A live now look at the Port of LA, courtesy of our partners at Earthcam. We will also step away for a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with more of this coverage next.
32 LA.
Failure 5, dispatcher.
Air 5, dispatcher, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, Air Rescue 5. We're off of Barley Flats en route to Brackett Airfield. You can give us 10 on the timer, available voice, Air 5.
Copies. 10 minutes on the timer, off of Barley Flats to Brackett Airfield. 32 LA.
LA Quinn 185, calm line only.
185. Did you 169 LA?
169.
PD is on scene, unable to locate, requesting we cancel.
169, copy, cancel ambulance, cancel spot.
167, cancel your response.
plan for this when they knew the winds were coming. So there's a lot of different emotions out here, but one thing that is universal is the concern about what's next, what steps people should take in order to get this ball rolling, because everyone knows this is going to be a very long process to rebuild. I'll send it back to you.
A woman who just made the last payment on her house in December. That's how she's owned. That she's owned. That's right. And I also want to point you, by the way, our website has a link to all the hotels that are offering discounts to people who might be displaced in these fires, because she did mention that a lot of people were looking at some hotels and the rates were astronomical. We have discounts on our website then.
And I didn't know that was allowed, as you said.
I thought that there was a cap. There was a rule that you can't
do that.
You can't price gouge in times of natural disaster like this.
Okay, so as the result of the ongoing wildfires continue, Caltrans did announce major lane closures, some fully blocked at various locations. So let's get into that.
Yeah, so let's start with Pacific Coast Highway. So southbound lanes between Malibu Canyon Road and the 10 freeway are closed, and northbound lanes are closed at the McClure Tunnel. For the 10 freeway, westbound lanes are closed at Lincoln Boulevard, as well as on-ramps from 4th and 5th Streets. And finally, Topanga Canyon Boulevard remains fully closed between PCH and Mulholland Drive.
Let's touch on some road closures for the Eaton Fire on Angeles Crest Highway. Eastbound lanes at the entrance of Angeles National Forest to Big Tahunga Road are closed for the 210 freeway. The westbound and eastbound on-ramp from Arroyo Boulevard is closed. And then finally for San Gabriel Canyon Road, that remains fully closed north of Azusa, allowing only residents there to be able to enter.
And finally, let's talk road closures for the Hurst Fire. For the 5 freeway, northbound truck lanes to the 14 freeway are closed. And for the 210 freeway, westbound truck lanes to the 5 and Yarnell Street on and off ramps do remain closed.
So Stu Mundell up in Sky Fox, he gave us this incredible perspective this morning, and this really paints a picture as far as the complete and utter devastation in one Palisades neighborhood. And here he is showing us his perspective and talking about what he's seeing from Sky Fox.
This is like the first chance that we're actually kind of getting a look at that real devastation when they keep saying over 1,000 homes burned in the Palisades. This is one of those areas, this neighborhood, I would venture to say probably 500, maybe more homes out there. As I just get wider and wider, you can see some of the homes still standing, but so many of them just flattened out here. We can bring the map back up here in just a moment, but this is off of Sunset near Alma Real Drive. That's going to be the general area, and that's also part of the downtown area there as well. But take a look at that. This is when you talk about a brush fire and you say, oh, there's some homes that have been destroyed, I never picture anything like this. This is just blocks after blocks after blocks of that neighborhood out here, and you can just see it just goes and goes and goes. And then sometimes there is, oddly enough, there's like a structure standing or maybe a garage standing, but for the most part, I would say every home in this neighborhood flattened due to the Palisades fire. And I would venture to say also, during one of the press conferences, I did hear them talking, one of the people talking about an entire neighborhood burning, and there was no resources there. This might have been what they were talking about, because it just goes and goes and goes. But also in that same breath, could you imagine being a firefighter, and even with all the resources that you could possibly have at your fingertips, how do you battle an entire neighborhood burning? This has got to be 500 homes, maybe more. This is something that I personally have never seen, and again, I would venture to say a lot of other folks watching have never seen, especially here in the Southern California area.
Was that with that shot that I realized that firefighters were no match for a fire that was this destructive. And I'm not kidding. We were watching it in the newsroom, and it got so quiet.
I know.
That you could hear a pin drop. And I heard some people even get emotional watching it.
I know. Well, because first of all, it really doesn't look real. It looks like a Hollywood production, or really like a war zone. I hate using these cliches, but it does look like a bomb went off. And my gosh. And then you think about, they were fighting those fires and the conditions in which they were fighting those fires, and still are, where they can't even see, right? Because of the winds. It's just insanity.
And then people and families and kids going back to these neighborhoods then once it's all said and done, once it's clear to do so.
How do you process that?
How do you process? I think that's what it is. What do you tell your kids? That the neighborhood that they would run around in is now gone. Well, also, how do you even begin to clean that up?
It's going to take a lot. And we did speak to a school principal of a small school in up near Eaton, right, in Altadena. And at that moment, it dawned on me that many of the kids who now don't have a school also don't have a home too, because most likely the kids who go to that school also go to have homes in the surrounding area, so they're losing a home and a school. These kids are going to have a very tough time. As adults, it's hard for us to grapple with this stuff. So
it took my breath away. I'm not going to lie. When I saw those visuals, and that is just one neighborhood in one fire, and we know the Eaton Fire was almost as destructive, because you're talking 10,000 plus acres.
Exactly, exactly. There are ways, though. I know people want to help. People want to see what they can do to help others. Want to let you know about some resources here. Uber and Lyft are both offering free rides to temporary shelters. You need to use a promo code, though. So for Uber, you've got Wildfire 25, and then you have CA Fire Life 25. So that is one word, CA Fire Life 25.
151
That is
squad
for
32.
Lyft. Keep in mind, there are limits, though. Uber's rides $40 or less limit, and for Lyft, you can get 2 rides up to $25 each until they get to 500 rides.
And can we keep that up, actually, so people can just take a picture of it really quick?
Yeah, it's better than me telling you. Grab a picture of that.
It's a lot of information that we're giving to you at once, and we understand it can get overwhelming. So yes.
You know what? Hold on. So let me just go back here and see this.
Fire relief.
CA Fire Relief 25. There you go. Yes. Best thing to do is really to screen grab that. Okay. Let's move on to this, Airbnb.org, working with 211
Friday, short landing bracket airfield will be available by Air 5.
Who've been displaced from their homes or forced to evacuate because fires.
Air 5
you
Valley,
do have
copy
to
that.
fill out an intake form with 211 LA to be approved to begin with. So we have that information. So if you go to our website, it's probably the best way to go about this. Go to foxla.com and you can get linked up there. For more short-term relief, immediate help, every Planet Fitness in our area that's still open is offering free access to things like showers, locker rooms. You can also stop and use their Wi-Fi, charge your phone, whatever device you have, or even just relax. Maybe use their lounge massage chairs.
That's gonna be really helpful for people.
KLS 152 to squad 154.
Exactly, I know. So this is for anyone impacted by the fires, including first responders, by the way.
Yeah.
You do not need a membership. So again, it's free. Just keep in mind some locations have been forced to close because of the fires. So you do want to go to an open location and check ahead of time. Again, go to our website. You get all this information. If you were having a hard time keeping up with what we were saying, foxla.com is where to go.
Our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And again, I just want to reiterate what they were saying. If you go to foxla.com, you can see all of those resources that they just mentioned for anyone that has been severely impacted by these fires. We are taking a live look once again out there at chopper footage over Altadena, California. As you can see, the skies are still very hazy. And you can also see from this vantage point a huge plume of smoke out there in the distance. Crews are still working to battle multiple fires across Los Angeles County. Tens of thousands of people still under mandatory evacuation orders.
LA engine 152 will be available for that second call.
Live now from Fox, but we have continuing coverage on the other side.
LA Squad 32, copy. We made entry, you can cancel PD.
Copy.
welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Guadalajara. I will be with you for the next hour or so as we continue to focus in with our partners in Fox 11 Los Angeles regarding these wildfires across Los Angeles County. They're checking in with their reporter live on the ground. Let's watch.
Much to indicate what was there. There's no signage, so we've basically been having to use Google Maps for some of these businesses that aren't listed, and also talking to nearby residents when we can to find out what these places were. Now, just in front of this business, or what's left of it, take a look. You can see some cars that were torched here. We've seen dozens throughout this area here in Altadena. Just imagine that fire passing through car by car, home by home, business by business, across the street here, across Lake Avenue. You can see about 24 cars parked in the lot there. That is a Breakmasters that caught fire yesterday. We're talking about 100 structures that have been destroyed by the Eaton Fire, hundreds more that have been damaged. The fire sitting at over 10,600 acres, still 0% contained, and we know that 5 lives were lost and a significant number of injuries were reported, with many being rushed and treated at hospitals. The sheriff expects that death toll to rise, unfortunately. Now, this was first reported Tuesday near Altadena and Midwick drives around 6 p.m. Some of the communities still under mandatory evacuation orders at this hour include Pasadena, La Cañada Flintridge, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Now, I will say, while driving through the area, we've seen downed power lines along North Lake Avenue, downed trees, torched cars, as we showed you, lining the streets, and several road closures. We heard earlier in that news conference there were roughly 20 arrests for looting, and we talked to a few homeowners, 2 homeowners here on Boston Street who were returning here to the neighborhood. Their homes were untouched, fortunately, but they didn't want to show anything from their property or really talk because they were worried about looting. So it continues to be a concern for some of these vulnerable neighborhoods as the Eaton Fire continues to burn up above the hills in Altadena. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, and unfortunately that is something that you have to think about after you've lost everything that you know.
What does the neighborhood that you're at specifically right now, how does it look as far as what's standing and what's not?
I mean, there are blocks that have been completely leveled. Justin O'Brien behind the camera, if we can maybe, take you down this way along Boston. This entire stretch, we count at least 6 homes here on Boston Street that are completely gone, and we'll show you one here at the corner next to the
ALS 42, Point 4 Squad 47, 4107, Fairleigh Avenue.
Really hard to grasp. It's unbelievable when you're driving through this area, and unfortunately that's the scene that many of these residents are going to be looking at when they're repopulating these areas, which is not the case yet. Again, those mandatory evacuations still in place. But just look at this. It's really, really sad to see this devastation.
Think about homes that were spared, but then people moved back into their neighborhoods.
LA from APTM, we're going available. Can you ask that row in Squad 47? We can handle with him. You can cancel the claim.
Whatever it is, life is just going to look very different for a while.
Oh, yeah, the Aldi Food Mart just up the street. I know Christy Fajardo was reporting in front of it while it was burning, and we can confirm the inside completely gutted by the fire. So, yes, banks, local markets, all kinds of different businesses that these communities rely on.
It also looks like winter. I mean, I know it's winter, but it looks like
everything's so charred.
Yes, it looks like a different place, not Southern California.
It's almost like in fires like this, the aftermath, it turns everything monochromatic.
Yes.
Everything is just kind of black and white right now.
Yeah, and you see that smoke smoldering still. Look at those spots. It's just so eerie, so eerie. Mario, thank you. Thanks to you. And I think you said you're with Justin, right? Thank you, guys.
Yes, no problem. Thanks, guys.
And you can see the smoke in the aftermath of this fire. Still, I mean, it's still in a lot of spots, still raging. But that smoke and whatever's in the smoke is something that you have to be concerned about as well. We are going to take a short break. It's almost 1 o'clock, and we will be right back with continuing coverage of the California wildfires.
So Fox 11 LA taking a quick break, but we are going to stay on here, give you a couple of these live images that we keep filtering through as we recap what we know the latest with these fires in Los Angeles County. Here on your screen, we're taking a look at the Port of LA, courtesy of our partners at Earth Camp. And then I do want to circle back to that chopper image that Fox 11 was just showcasing on their air. And you can really see just how the smoke has impacted all of these areas across LA County. Smoke still rising up there as crews are working to put out several of these fires that we are continuing to monitor. Tens of thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate. And I want to bring up this 4-box shot, 4 different live looks. Take a look here on your screen. So we have Santa Monica, California, Los Angeles, LAX, and then there on the bottom right corner, you have Mount Wilson, California. Now, very early on, when I first sat on the desk, I had commented that this camera, it seemed to be frozen. And it is actually, because just a little short time ago, we saw those flames approaching Mount Wilson and the Mount Wilson Observatory, really affecting all of the communication lines that are up there. And that's why we no longer have a live picture over there. So that was pretty much like the last picture that we were able to get before that camera went down completely. I want to bring up a post on X from the Mount Wilson Observatory, in which they say, as you may have seen on the news, the Eaton Fire is approaching Mount Wilson. There are firefighters on the ground, but the power is out at the observatory, so communication is limited. We are monitoring the situation and will update here as we can. Thank you for your concern. A couple of other posts to filter through. The Angeles National Forest saying this, that effective immediately, the fire danger level has increased to critical at the Angeles National Forest. The temporary closure of the forest announced on January 8th and extending through January 15th at midnight, end of the day, is tied to critical fire danger. Continuing on here, we have a reaction from the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He says Canada is mobilizing to help fight the wildfires in Southern California. Canadian water bombers are already in action. 250 firefighters are ready to deploy. The Canadian forces are standing by to move personnel and equipment to our American neighbors. Canada's here to help. Now, earlier we did showcase some of those planes that were doing water drops along the area, but I am seeing that our partners at Fox 11 are back with their
LA Squad 187, we're available if there's any calls we can take.
Fires that are burning right now across the Southland, the wildfires are forcing massive evacuations. Hundreds of thousands of residents have been ordered to leave their homes as flames threaten thousands of structures. Those strong Santa Ana winds.
Rescue 5, we're off of Bracket Airfield en route to the Altadena area. You give us 20 minutes on the timer. Available voice, Air 5.
Several big fires burning in LA right now, so let's get to that. The Palisades Fire in Pacific Palisades, the Eaton Fire above Altadena, the Hurst Fire in the Silmar area, and of course, you have that Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. Star Harvey joining us this morning, or oh gosh, I'm so robotic in this.
I know, we keep on saying the morning.
This afternoon, Star, you took over for Maria. Good to see you. And it looks like there's a little bit of a lull with these winds, which is good news, so firefighters can take advantage, right?
Yeah, you know, the difference in, you know, what we did see starting on Tuesday morning as to, you know, where we are now. We're at the peak of those winds. It is a complete different story, or at least it's feeling like one out there. But again, we are expecting the winds to ramp right on back up, you guys. So we do currently have some of those lighter winds pushing out of the northeast, and this is going to be for some of the area.
Low-hanging calm line.
We do still have some breezes and gusts moving along some of the area, but we will again have some of those stronger situations pushing into this afternoon. I have us as early as the 3 o'clock hour, and like our advisories, we're expecting those winds to carry us through portions of tomorrow. We do have the continuation of that red flag warning. It has been extended several times. As of now, the National Weather Service has extended it until tomorrow at 6 p.m. Rightfully so, just like as you can see right out that picture right there, the fires and all that smoke out there. We do have an air quality alert in place. This one will carry through.
I'm so sorry. We're going to have to interrupt you for just a moment because we are getting some breaking news right now. This fire that has spread to the peak of Mount Wilson. We're going to go up to Stu, who's in Skyfox right now. This could interrupt our communication system.
If you can cancel the point that was on this ticket requested only the squad. Did you want to continue to that run?
How that fire, if the Eaton Fire made its way all the way up to the top
No, thank you.
of Mount
We're available.
Wilson. Skyfox, we got our honeydew list. We made our way back out to the Palos Verdes area, but you can still see a lot of that smoke. What the problem is behind that smoke are antennas, huge antennas. They're called repeaters, and that's how we broadcast the show over the air. If you're watching us that's not on cable or not on the internet and still using an off-air type of system, this might actually interrupt that system. So that's the reason why we're talking about this right now. Look at all that smoke. I'm going to talk about that for just a moment. Take a look. This is all the smoke. If you are in, San Gabriel, Pasadena, West LA, downtown Los Angeles, Hollywood, and you're like, wow, all that smoke, that's not actually the Palisades Fire. That is all
LA from AP10, we're on scene. Cancel squad 47.
All the way up to the top of Mount
Squad
Wilson.
47, cancel your response.
Everything that you're seeing right down there, that is the areas that are being covered by that smoke. That's Santa Monica, Santa Monica Airport right there in the shot. Now, Skyfox actually up over the Palisades Fire, and we actually had the DCA just moments ago doing some orbits. This is the actual Palisades Fire. Most of the smoke from this is making its way out over the ocean and actually going out towards Ventura and Oxnard. So there is a lot of smoke out here. There's still a lot of activity. They did have the DC-8 here. They were going to do some FOS check drops. They are really still trying to work to get this thing locked down before those winds really start picking up again. Right now, there's the DC-8. I'm not sure if he just did the drop or if he's still setting up, but you can see them actually out here. They're bringing in the big guns. They are taking this moment when the winds are a little bit lighter, and they're bringing in the big fixed wings, and they're going to start dropping a lot of that FOS check, that red fire retardant out here to kind of just box in these the flames that are still active up on the hillside. So if the winds do kick up, there's a good chance that it will just basically run to a line and burn itself out. That is what they're hoping for. But right now, though, still a lot of devastation out here, and of course we saw this earlier on, but I know that we were just supposed to talk about the repeater, but there's so much going on out here, and especially from the air, and we got this visuals from all these different angles. I needed to share it with you all. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Stu, I'm checking this, which, by the way, is an amazing app. It's called Watch Duty. It gives you updates on evacuations and whatnot, and it says the crews conducted defensive firing at Mount Wilson, and they report that everything is going good. This is per, radio traffic, and that no infrastructure has been impacted. Is this something that you're seeing as well up there in Skyfox?
Well, when we were on the other side of the smoke and we could actually see the antennas, I was actually wondering what was actually going on up there, because we didn't see any active firefighters or anything moving around and like aircraft. When we went to this side of it, which would be the west side of the smoke plume, we did see a couple of LA County Fire helicopters, but they weren't making any effort to go up there. So actually, I did think to myself, I wonder if they're doing backfires just to clear the brush in the area, taking advantage of what was going on. And they know how strong those winds are, but there's been times in the past where a backfire might actually create more of a problem than they intended. But if the fire does get to any of those buildings out there and the power does go out, that's going to create problems for communications for first responders. It'll create communications problems for us. Anybody that's watching Fox on an off-air system, they might lose that signal until we get that repeater back up. So that's one of the big concerns right now, but all that smoke is also a huge concern for a lot of folks out there. I mean, even up in Skyfox, a lot of times we can say, well, we're up in a helicopter, but lately, today, my eyes are watering. This is really tough stuff, and I can just imagine what a lot of folks are dealing with down there on the ground.
Wow, Stu. Okay, thank you for that. So as Stu mentioned, that fire is burning near Mount Wilson, and yes, it could impact the way we broadcast, our ability to even be able to share this information with you. The communication towers are how we transmit our newscasts to you as well. And he did mention first responders and emergency personnel rely on the signal as well. So if our over-the-air broadcast happens to go down, we will continue our coverage on our Fox local app and on our YouTube page, which we just had up there, and hopefully we can get that banner up and you can check that out there in case things go wrong.
Just LA 151 available. Give us the next round. Yes, so that being said, this is important to know that Fox 11 Los Angeles, we have the Fox local app that's available through Amazon, Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku, and Google Android TV.
154 cancel.
YouTube.com/FoxLA in case we lose you here. So the Palisades Fire, of course, the largest fire in our region right now, with more than 17,000 acres burned.
Yeah, so Tom Bakar from our sister station, KTVU, is actually live now in Malibu. Tom, good afternoon. What can you tell us?
Well, I want you to take a look, because this is the grim side of what we're talking about. The grim side of this is the coroner's wagon. They just a few minutes ago loaded the remains of a human being who was in this burned out building, home. What happened was that a relative of the person who is now deceased had called in, was not able to contact the loved one, and asked the sheriff's office to go out and do a welfare check. When they came out, they saw, of course, the destroyed building, but they also thought what they saw was also human remains. That falls under the jurisdiction of the homicide folks, and as a result, it doesn't mean it's necessarily a crime. It is just their jurisdiction, and they called in crime scene lab investigators to take a look. Well, they determined that the coroner should be called in, and indeed the coroner was called in. And the coroner did find human remains, certainly appear to be that, and put them in the coroner's wagon to be taken for medical examination. Now, there are two other such of these incidents, as you probably know, in Altadena, so the coroner's office has been busy. But having said that, when you think about this, and I've covered these things for decades, only 5 deaths in a fire of this side is a testament to LA County preparation, a real testament to the people who actually followed evacuation orders and the actual response that went on, which may be criticized for some things, but it worked. And when you think about this, the Paradise Fire, a small town in Northern California, the worst fire, had 85 deaths. And I don't think it was any worse than some of the stuff we've seen around here. And it's not even in the top 20 here. 6 deaths are the ones that are start the top 20 most deadly fires. And LA County in this fire so far has had only 5. So it's a testament to preparation and what people actually did by paying attention to all of that. Now, this scene will be cleared, you know, obviously now, without the human remains. It's no longer a scene of anything other than a place that's going to have to be cleaned up. But some family is going to get the terrible news that their loved one has indeed perished, and that that person is now on their way to the medical examiner's office. I'm sure they probably have already been informed. Reporting live from Malibu, Tom Bakar for KTTV Fox 11 News. That is just so tragic. Tom, I wanted to ask you this because it is obviously still so early since these fires erupted, and you can, I mean, the rubble is for miles and miles. Do you know if fire officials have had a chance to go through home by home? I know that the call came in through a welfare check with that particular home, but what about the others? And there are so many homes that have burned to the ground. You wonder if there could be more, sadly. You hope that that number holds, though. You really do. Well, I hope it holds, but the reality is that every home has not been looked at. Now, a lot of people are probably still being sought to find out where they are and all of that, and many, many people who are missing end up being, you know, showing up or calling in or doing whatever it is that they have to do, or they contact loved ones, and that list gets very small. Traffic collision ALS 43, squad 118. And a vast fire the size of this and the other ones in the LA basin, that there are other victims, they certainly do. Because two things are at work here. Some people don't have loved ones that would call in, or might not think to call in for a welfare check or something like that, or maybe couldn't get through and didn't think much of it. And the other thing is just the sheer volume of what you're talking about. And it's not like, you know, the bodies are laying out in, you know, in easy to find form. In some cases, they've been incinerated. In some cases, there could be feet of ashes on top of them. So no, I think that there's very high likelihood that this number is going to go up. But at this point in time, it's way too early in that process. But when they do, there's a possibility of that. They go out and they check that immediately, because other than saving lives, recovering bodies is a very high priority after any kind of disaster like this, because you cannot possibly let people back in if there's a single chance that one of these properties might have something like that going on. So that is the situation based on my experience, which goes back quite a few years. That's right. Tom Bakar with our sister station KTVU reporting there from the Palisades Fire in Malibu. Tom, thank you so much for your reporting. Okay, thanks.
Here's a look right now of the map of the Palisades Fire started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermoso drives. I haven't said that
Did you copy the swap?
right? It's been a while when we were talking about how this fire began, and those red flag warnings still in effect despite the fact that we've had days of this. The winds in a bit of a
1043, you now have squad 26.118, you now have your squad.
I've mentioned throughout the morning, those winds are going to pick up.
That's right. And I believe the red flag warnings are going to be remaining in effect, what?
Depending on where you are, but again, as all of our meteorologists have mentioned throughout the morning, those winds are going to pick up.
That's right. And I believe the red flag warnings are going to be remaining in effect, what, until tomorrow?
Yes.
Right, tomorrow evening. So we're also hearing from our colleagues who live in Topanga that the website that you see, hopefully we can put it up there on your screen. This is for residents in Topanga. Well, if it's not there, let me just tell you, it's the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness. And that website is tcep.org/emergency status. And there's just a lot of resources that are available to you if you want some more information. I mean, there's 3 apps that I can think of off the top of my head, and that would be the Genesis Protect app, and that's GENASYS Protect. You also have the Watch Duty app, which can give you notifications on different fires that might be popping up or evacuation zones, and then of course our Fox mobile app.
Fox app is a great one. If you haven't downloaded it yet, do so, please. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will check in on the deadly Eaton Fire in Altadena. Again, more than 10,000 acres burned.
As our partners at Fox 11 and take a commercial break, we will do the same here at Live Now from Fox. Just quickly, this live image that they continue to show over Altadena, California, and you can see down there really the devastation that's been seen because of these fires. We'll be right back.
Elevator 5, dispatch 3.
5 on dispatch 3, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, Air Rescue 5, additional 20 on the timer, still in the Altadena area, conducting an admin flight. Air Rescue 5.
Air Rescue 5, LA copies, additional 20-minute on timer, 20 for admin flight. Engine 29 LA.
LA engine 29, go ahead.
29, clear, enter per PD on scene. Is the squad on ambulance with you?
LA 29, the ambulance was with me, but not the squad.
Squad 90, did you copy traffic?
Squad 90 on scene.
You copy. Person 43's squad 87.
Awesome. Thank you for being with us throughout this Thursday. I'm your host, Carla Hado. And we are continuing to discuss the wildfires burning in Los Angeles County. Let's head out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles for their coverage.
Yeah, and sadly, these are the difficult moments. People are now returning to the community of Altadena here, and sometimes arriving to see their home still intact, but many, many times now, this is what they're finding. These are homes that are, well, homes in general are irreplaceable. This is an 100-year-old home. Many of the homes here are historic homes. And the woman I spoke with earlier, Cindy Ott, this home is fully insured, but she'll never be able to replace it. Essentially nothing left standing here. She came back, she started sifting through the rubble. What you're looking at right here, it's the tile roof. It just completely collapsed in. She was able to find maybe a dozen small antiques that she had collected over the years. But other than that, everything is absolutely gone. These are the antique tiles that show you just how historic this home is. This type of work you just can't replace. She's picking up the pieces now. She's staying with her sister. Thankful that she got out in time. I mean, this fire was incredibly fast moving. I want to give you a sense of just, I mean, beyond this, how powerful it was. You can see their truck in the distance there. That is the melted aluminum that went trickling down the driveway, just completely melted. But this also shows you sort of the randomness of this fire. We've talked about this on and on. The home right next door, completely standing. The neighbor showed up just a few minutes ago, just sort of in awe of the juxtaposition of this home completely destroyed and the one next door essentially left completely intact. Cindy, literally at a loss for words. Take a listen. I spoke with her just a short while ago.
At this point, I don't even know what to tell you. We're just still, doesn't even feel real yet. And we're just trying to get through this.
344.
I haven't started really figuring out what I'm going to do at this point. So right now this is my daughter, and we're just kind of going through and seeing what little things we can find just to, for the memories of the house.
Yeah, those memories, really all she has left right now. Many, many people, if you go up and down this block, just sifting through what's left of their home. And then beyond it, they look at their community, which has been really leveled. Businesses gone, churches, synagogues, 5 schools badly damaged, the water system not usable right now. I mean, the work here to bring this community back, it's going to take time. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Zach Sauce from our sister station KTVU there for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, coming up, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on with our local teams and their game schedules. This is
a lot of postponements, cancellations.
A lot of people wondering, right?
Yeah.
Those details next.
So there we just heard a live report. Partners at KTVU, that's Fox 2 in San Francisco, also lending a hand to our team at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as the coverage continues on all of these wildfires and really the devastating impact that we have seen after the fact, some of which is showcased on your screen right now with these striking live images that we are getting from a Skyfox, the chopper up there, looking overhead. Just take a look at that, an entire neighborhood, all of those homes gone, and all of those families with nowhere left to go, many of them losing all of their belongings. Now, in keeping with this, I know that a lot of folks watching our programming right now may not be in California, but you do want to offer a helping hand. So I would look to put this up on your screen here. It's a QR code. You can scan it to help make a donation to help anyone that has been affected by these wildfires there in California. So again, just take out your phone, scan this QR code. It will bring you to a page where you can make those donations. So the Fox Corporation has made a $1 million donation to the Red Cross's California wildfires relief efforts and continues to partner with the annual disaster giving program. This partnership does allow the Red Cross to respond immediately to disasters, providing safe shelter, hot meals, emotional support, and recovery resources. You can also head to go.fox/Red Cross to make a donation or just scan that QR code, as I have been mentioning. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond and help people recover from this disaster. We're stepping away for another commercial break, the second one of this hour, but we continue with more of this coverage when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to assess the damage from these wildfires that have really been raging all across Los Angeles County. So I'll take you back out to this live picture that we have, courtesy of Sky Fox. This is over Altadena, California, as we continue to bring you more of these images of these communities that have been completely ravaged by these fires. So many homeowners not able to return back home, and if they do, they just see that everything is gone, essentially. I also want to showcase the latest post on X from California Governor Gavin Newsom. Taking a look here, he says this: "The selfless acts we're seeing as we fight the fires in LA are extraordinary. Good Samaritans jumping to aid neighbors, humanitarians like Chef Jose Andres, providing meals to responders, bipartisan support from leaders across the U.S. California thanks you for your generosity." Speaking of all of this support that California is getting, we do also have this, a tweet from a post from the Navajo Nation president saying, "Prayers to our brave Navajo scouts who are on their way to California to fight the wildfires." It is a lengthy post on X, but you can see here a photo accompanying this post with all of those scouts. And then I wanted to bring this back as well, the Mount Wilson Observatory, their latest update as of 11:42 local time there Pacific, so a couple of hours ago, saying that, as you may have seen on the news, the Eaton Fire is approaching Mount Wilson. There are firefighters on the grounds, but the power is out at the observatory, so communication is limited. We are monitoring the situation and will update here as we can. Thank you for your concern. And we did hear Stu Mundell with the chopper up there as he was showcasing those live images of Mount Wilson, saying that, you know, the communication may be lost. There's a lot of power lines up at this mountain, and so broadcasting systems may also go down. But remember that you can stream us here at Live Now from Fox. We will have all of these updates throughout the day and evening. Let's head back out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Continuing their coverage.
Across the Southland right now. I suppose that fire officials were really hoping that we would turn a corner today, that the dying down, so to speak, of the Santa Ana winds would help them in their fire efforts. But let's bring in Star Harvey for an update on the wind conditions out there.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I'm so happy to see that our winds, are giving us this lull in their pattern. And so it's been going on since this morning. Currently checking our models, and we do still have our winds on the lighter side, pushing out of the northeast, and this is going to be for some. I am clocking our winds to pick up moving into the later half of our afternoon, and we're likely to see that stretch into portions of tomorrow. And with that, our red flag warning has also been extended, and it is expected to go until about 6 p.m. tomorrow. I myself would not be surprised if that does get extended. It's already been extended several times since this event began on Tuesday. Here's a check out at our air quality alert. It's going to be all of our gray highlighted region here. And again, if you have not been outdoors, it is best to not be out there. And if you have to, just make sure you do have that mask. Our air quality alert is in place until midnight. Checking in on our air quality index, our AQI, or air quality index number for the Los Angeles area. We do have some of our sensors clocking us in at about 187. And so again, that puts us right back in that unhealthy level there. And so we do have a lot of these little sensors placed all over, the area. And so most of us still clocking in some very nasty air out there. It's going to be anywhere, I'd say, from that unhealthy to that unhealthy for sensitive groups. So again, we are just urging you to be indoors if you can. If you look up, I'm sure you see it surrounding you. It's going to be the smoke. The smoke is continuing to circle through our region. In fact, I'm forecasting it not just to impact us here across portions of the Los Angeles basin, but getting into as early as tomorrow, seeing that plume of smoke start to push over into the San Luis Obispo area. And again, we are likely to see that impacting us through portions of the weekend as well. As far as our humidity, we're still on the drier side. We do look a little better than yesterday, depending on where you are. We do still see those numbers coming in the teens, where yesterday, a lot of these numbers were in the single digits, and getting us through the rest of this evening, rolling us over into tomorrow morning, we do see a little improvement once again, but nothing significant, I'd say. We are still seeing some desert-like dryness continue across the area, and then it's until we get to tomorrow evening that we start to see that coastline really changing it in contour there. So we see those greens and those darker browns, just letting us know that things are trying their best to improve across the area. Here's a check out at our winds. These are our sustained winds. Los Angeles, we're clocking it at about 7 miles per hour. Still, things are looking a little heavier around portions of our high deserts as well as our low deserts and out towards the Oxnard area. But again, still a lot calmer than what we did have across portions of the area this time yesterday. Our wind gusts still subject to, I'd say, points east of Los Angeles, but also across portions of Camarillo. Our future winds, again, picking up into this afternoon, and this is as early as, I'd say, the 3 p.m. hour that I do have those winds, and they're going to carry not just through the rest of today, but into portions of tomorrow as well. I'll have more details on your forecast coming up, but for now, back to you guys.
Yeah, still nothing close to what we saw even a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Star. So meantime, hundreds of Eaton Fire victims are sheltering at the Pasadena Convention Center. We have Coco McAvoy there with a closer look. And Coco, you've been talking to people out there with just awful stories of uncertainty and loss. Coco.
Good morning. Yes, a lot of uncertainty and loss for the Eaton County fire victims, the Eaton Fire victims, I should say. And we've been hearing from a lot of the people who lost their homes and lost everything. And now a lot of people are staying here at the Pasadena Convention Center. About 1,200 people stayed here last night for shelter. I'm now here with Lisa Derderian, who is the Public Information Officer for Pasadena. If you can just tell us how operations are working here at the Pasadena Convention Center.
Sure. With over 1,200 overnight and probably a couple hundred during the day that are just coming for support. It's mass care and operations. It's food. It's mental health needs. We hope to get a local assistance center set up shortly. People have lost vital documents to help them retrieve those. Whatever we can do to support them, we're here.
And this has been set up since Tuesday night when the fire started. But you were telling me that you're getting an influx of donations, and that kind of needs to be handled now.
Right. Although we greatly appreciate the community support, we have people dropping off like old couches, used clothes. We appreciate everything, but we have to wait until we have a process in place. So we are good now with food and water, and even for the special dietary needs, we have food trucks donating, but they are already permitted through a health department. So we just have to be cognizant of, we appreciate the support, but please wait till we have a process in place with a nonprofit or a foundation to assist.
And of course, you know, we keep getting calls. There's a ton of people who want to help. Are there any ways that they can help?
Yeah, we will put out more information. We're establishing relationships with so many great nonprofits, and we hope to refer those that want to volunteer to them. We have spontaneous volunteers showing up at the convention center, so we are trying to organize that. But we do ask to public waste so we have a more organized process in place, because this will be sustained long term. We will need help for many days, weeks, months.
And Lisa, as I was telling you, we keep getting people asking us too, like, are FEMA officials coming? But like we were talking about, this is going to be a very long process, right?
Correct. The cavalry's coming. We know that. We're still in a firefighting mode. A 0% containment on this fire and the others, so it's going to be a massive recovery operation. We will have the resources here to help from local, state, county. Our elected officials have been amazing. They're supporting us, and in the coming days, we will have a lot more government resources, nonprofits, and other entities coming in to support.
And just, you know, on a personal level for you, your thoughts seeing all the devastation from the Eaton Fire, too.
You know, I'm looking at so many that were evacuated at the shelter. I'm watching them give hugs to each other. They've never met. They're giving hugs to each other. Hopefully they'll be long-term friends just from the experience they went through. So although it's been traumatic for so many, just the support they have here to help one another, it's really heartening.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate you speaking with us.
Appreciate you.
Yes. And as she was saying, because I know I've been getting a lot of messages from people asking how they can help, asking if they could give donations to this Pasadena Convention Center. But like she said, there's really no plan in place right now to take all these huge donations like couches and clothes. So right now they are asking people to just kind of wait it out until they have a plan in place where they can take some of these larger donations. I'll send it back to you.
It's a generosity of spirit that remains out there. Thank you, Coco.
Love to see people chipping in and trying to help others out right now. Coco, thank you. So there was a news conference this morning, and after that news conference, LA Mayor Karen Bass faced some tough questions from reporters. This is what she said when Bob DeCastro asked her on her thoughts on the city's lack of preparation and rapid response.
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
And I think those questions will come into sharp focus in the days and the months ahead, for sure.
These are the questions that the community is asking.
Yes.
So
yes,
absolutely, we'll stay on top of that.
And so what is the estimated value you're thinking of all this wildfire damage? Well, according to AccuWeather forecasting company, we are looking at $57 billion across the Southland. That's just an astronomical number. That, in fact, is more than 3 times the damage of the Hawaii fires in 2023, the fire there in Lahaina. But it's still less than the record-breaking 2020 wildfire season on the West Coast. The film and TV industry are taking a major hit, with production halts and postponed events adding to that financial toll. The state's already fragile insurance market faces new pressures as well. Some say this is the tipping point of these insurance companies when it comes to their coverage in Southern California. These fires are pushing the state into another financial crisis. The full cost of recovery is still unclear as firefighters continue to battle and contain the flames. That is the top priority right now. Well, so many people are stepping up, as we've been talking about all day long, to help their fellow Angelinos. That's the silver lining in all this, right? But of course, there are those who are taking advantage of the situation and preying on fire victims by looting. Last night, Haley Winslow witnessed it firsthand in Altadena.
It has turned into the wild, wild west here, you guys. It is just complete insanity on all corners. We've been kind of traveling around here the last few hours. We're currently on Altadena and Lake Drive. We just caught looters. So many looters here. There were looters down the street held at gunpoint. Police are kind of doing the best they can, like these firefighters, the first responders here. They're seeing looters walking down the street with large TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town has left.
It is. It's despicable, right? You're talking about people who are taking advantage of a vulnerable population like this. And so far, there have been 20 arrests for looting. 20. That's according to Sheriff Robert Luna, the new Los Angeles County District Attorney, Nathan Hochman. He was at a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning. He spoke a few hours ago and let the looters know that he plans to bring the full force of the law at them.
Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience, and it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send...
It's pretty unbelievable when you hear there are people taking people's television sets. Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's nothing unlike when you see someone walking down the street and you decide to hold them at gunpoint, or you just decide to, you know, ambush somebody on the street. It's like you're taking advantage of somebody who is just minding their own. But especially that this is a new level of low.
It does seem that our feed with Fox 11 in Los Angeles has frozen, so we will check in on that and bring you more of that continuing coverage. In the meantime, live on your screen, courtesy of our partners at EarthCam, a live now look over there in Los Angeles, California. We will continue with more of this continuing coverage regarding the wildfires, the devastation left behind when we come back. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to follow the coverage provided by our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles regarding the deadly wildfires across LA County. Let's watch.
Traffic collision, vehicle over the side, 63s.
So I do believe they headed to a commercial break, so we'll check in with them in just a moment. In the meantime, I want to bring you this update on the next update that we're going to be getting from fire officials coming up a little later on this evening. Here is the latest post on X from the LA County Fire Department. It says Eaton Fire press conference Thursday, January 9th, 2025 at 3 p.m. at the Rose Bowl. So that is 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And of course, we will be sure to carry it in full as it gets underway. In this press conference, we can expect to hear from the Los Angeles County Supervisor, as well as the County Fire Chief, the Sheriff, and other fire and law officials. They will provide the latest information on the Eaton Fire, which is attributed to those 5 deaths that we have seen because of these fires. And we know that more investigations are underway, trying to see if that death toll continues to climb. Here, once again, the post from California Governor Gavin Newsom saying the selfless acts we're seeing as we fight the fires in LA are extraordinary. Good Samaritans jumping to aid neighbors, humanitarians like Chef Jose Andres providing meals to responders, and bipartisan support from leaders across the U.S. But I am seeing a live picture that we're getting in here. President Joe Biden, I do believe, being briefed on the federal response to the wildfires. Let's take this live.
29, Squad 167, 4011, Maple Avenue.
1-800-621-3362 to get the kind of help they need for everything from the basics that they don't have access to right now. And this morning, due to the magnitude of the disaster, I was talking with the governor, and he requested if I could increase the federal funding that was authorized under this legislation from 75% to 90%, increasing it to 100% of all the costs to be covered by the federal government for both the fire management assistance grants and the elements of what they call the disaster declaration. So today I'm announcing that the federal government will cover 100% of the cost for 180 days. This is going to pay for things like debris and hazard material removal, temporary shelters, first responder salaries, and all necessary measures to protect life and property. And folks, I want to underscore, I told the governor and local officials, spare no expense to do what they need to do to contain these fires and in their communities that have really been devastating. And we're doing literally everything we can at the federal level. That's also why I call this group of folks around this table of all relevant federal departments and agencies together to discuss what more we can do. And some of the folks are on the screen as well. Before we begin things, here's an update on where things stand right now. First, we're focused on helping contain these fires. Over the last 24 hours, the United States Forest Service, working with state and local responders, has suppressed over 50 fire starts. And the fire in the Hollywood Hills has been contained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, Pasadena, and in Silma.
Black smoke.
I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carry the energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters,
looks like we got kicked off that run.
over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes,
82 for the 2-car.
firefighting planes and helicopters.
They said they want to take the run, confirming you want to be added.
Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground. Whole areas burned to the ground. Large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescriptions, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call. We have a deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are. It's not hyperbole to say you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody who understands it better than the press than covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And you literally have to run into the flames.
LA copies.
You know that old expression,
182.
God made man and he made two firefighters.
We show squad 183 at first.
In the flames. In doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. And we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. To the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away.
16
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around the table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that, sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I am hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the president said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the president.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of the elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the vice president as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So, Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hurst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires have taken place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread, and when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly, so it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that was assigned to these large fires. 600
check your email for
or so
updated
were
staffing
currently
plans.
federal
All
work,
battalion
which means
chiefs
Forest Service
join
and Department of Interior.
conference
And
call
it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire attack conditions,
all units and stations
in the
check
last
your
24
emails
hours,
for
we had
updated
50
staffing
starts.
plans. All battalion
And the
chiefs join
initial attack
at
success has been
14:30 for a
wonderful.
conference call
So
using
we've
the
stopped the
9:45
potential for 50
a.m.
additional
Teams
fires
link
to be added to
regarding
these
updated
4
staffing
different
plans.
fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tanker. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check drives, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check drives. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervision. And so we work with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job, and what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response.
Copy that. Thank you, Alex.
However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction on where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Stand by for the updated call plan.
Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning?
Alex 126, we are on
most concerning right now is the wind. Because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters and boots on the ground a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, you know, what's interesting about this part of California, these Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly.
We're still attached to the...
I told you about Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me?
Copies.
Hello, Bob.
Sir, Mr. President, I
Verify that's a firm. Can you confirm if there are any structures threatened at this time?
So the administrator is with right now, the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide for individual assistance that you authorized through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there will be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which you see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal of all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on our federal partners, US EPA, the Board of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the new things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state, local, federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge is?
That is correct. That's what we got clarified. We also have a potential...
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals until they've lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. Why I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the 2 declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Is 74 dark, or is there an engine at 74?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris, and so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure, and we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter and re-look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we can get down to the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
It's in 7563. We're going to be out of service. Mechanical BCS has been advised.
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them. So, Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And you might know I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator getting the brief. The coordination of resources, it helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response, because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them. I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response, about the water, to help people understand that it's not just, it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. So we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right. We have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, there's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There'll be real problems regarding the mental health issues, and we've got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense, Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I surprised you.
Victor 125.675.
We are very committed here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state partners and, of course, our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide search support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlight, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support. Not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and the medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already channel.
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put into a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with it. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at channel out there in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin, and they're in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what I've, and before I turn to General Guillot, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we can lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. And we also want to make sure, I know that General Guillot is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to us. Any of your questions, and I can turn
you
it to
guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking actions to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they're requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air. Commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities, and just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now, I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
It's all you now. Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President.
At the gate. Yeah.
And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back, and everybody.
Continue to talk to me.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership, and it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, you know, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, we're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually. Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how it functions. And for example, since I've been president, I've been in an aircraft flying over more territory where there have been wildfires, from Arizona all the way up to Idaho and beyond, and that make up an area larger than the entire state of Maryland that burned to the ground. And one of the problems has been that people don't understand that when these high winds occur, what happens is, or when these storms occur, these utility poles, these whole, you know, those big lines you see where all the lines are on, they fall to the ground in the middle of the forest. It's not just about raking the leaves under the trees. It's about the fires that causes. And so utilities have to shut down the ability to continue to transmit on those lines. And the consequence of that, I don't think most people think, no matter how well educated they are, unless they're in the area, that there's a direct correlation between the utility company and the ability to pump water out of a hydrant. And so it allows for a lot of uninformed people to make assertions or concerns or accusations about the local officials not caring or not working. So, as I understand it, the vast majority of the circumstances where the water resource has been diminished is because of the utility company not being able to maintain the electric transmission because they're getting knocked down or shutting down so they don't cause more fires.
Fires, exactly.
But now what is happening is, are we getting cooperation with utility companies to bring in generators and others to bring in generators to generate the energy to allow that fire hydrant to function? Explain that a little bit.
So this is the pragmatic can-do attitude, and folks who've been literally doing this, our civil servants and others, for their careers, and making sure that we're solutions-oriented. We sometimes call our department the solutions department, as Liz knows from having been Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy. And so whatever gets the power on to allow the water, whatever gets the job done, a lot of times it's working with our defense colleagues who have terrific assets that can be brought in quite quickly. The other point I'd like to make, Mr. President, to thank you and the Vice President's leadership and our folks in Congress, your bipartisan infrastructure legislation actually provided $10 billion. It's a GRIP program for grid resiliency to improve the resilience of our grids so that when the grids do go down, they come back on quicker. That's $10 billion that we've already gotten out the door and is being invested in communities all across the country. We need more of that. We need continued and focus on infrastructure, but infrastructure matters.
It matters a great deal because, for example, one of the things that I knew, but I didn't know that I didn't put a number on it, it'd be a lot easier if these electric lines are running underground in contained vessels. So in the middle of forest, so there's nothing that, I mean, but it costs what, 6 times more?
It can cost 6 times more, and we're doing a lot more undergrounding thanks to your leadership on the infrastructure funding. It's not cost effective everywhere, and
some places it's necessary.
Some places it's absolutely necessary, and we need to have the funding and support to do that as quickly as we can.
Well, I think we're moving in the right direction. I know it, look, this is really, really, really difficult for families to have to deal with it. I mean, you know, I have a family member who lives out there, and the area where he lives, I'm looking at the detail of where he lives. I think there's something like 240, 260 homes that are burning around, all but 14 or 15 of them. And everybody has to evacuate. People are going, when do I get back? When will I ever find that picture album? Will I ever find the jewelry that my grandmom gave me? Will I ever, I mean, there's so much anxiety that's generated. And I think that we've been through this once before in Hawaii where the fires occurred and we're trying to build back up the community so they can open up and things be running. But it's really, really, really hard. So I'm going to make an appeal right now to the United States Congress. They're going to have to step up when we ask for more help. More help to get these people the kind of shelter they need, to get the kind of help they need, because it really does matter. And you guys do, Dave, I'm not being solicitous, you all do a hell of a job. And we've learned, unfortunately, so much. And there is, in case you haven't noticed, there is global warming. It does change weather patterns. And as you explained, Randy, winds going in, winds coming out. You get the one going in, but you don't want the one coming back out. And so my point is that I think the more we can explain to the American people in plain, straightforward, honest English or whatever language of us understand what exactly is happening, the more likely we're likely to get the kind of support and not make a political deal out of this. I'm leaving this office early, but it's not about the politics. It's about giving people some sense of security that we're going to be able to get this under control, but it's going to take time. And it's going to take time. And like I said, in the next little bit, we're going to be going back to Congress asking for some more help on some of this stuff. And I hope they're ready to step up because we can afford it. And like I said, we have a little infrastructure bill that's over $1 trillion. It's going to be able to help a little bit. We have done a lot in terms of what we're going to do in terms of providing for this rebuilding of communities. And so I think the most important thing we have to do, those of us sitting around this table and on the screen, is explain in simple, straightforward language what the capacity we have is, how we're using that capacity, and what capacity we don't have that we need. And in order to keep things from just all these, in crisis, rumors and fear spread very quickly. And the most important thing is to just bring this down in an area, be honest with people, what's at stake, but be straightforward with them. What can be done and how we're going to get it done. So I thank you all very much. I'm proud of the job you're all doing. And I'm, quite frankly, proud of the job the local officials in California are doing. I've spent a lot of time with the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles and others. You know, they're doing everything that we ask of them and beyond. And so we're stepping up as best we can. Any of my colleagues around the table or on the screen want to add anything before we close this out?
Well, as the Californian at the table, thank you for all of the leadership that everyone here has provided, starting with our president. We are beyond the point of calling it fire season.
I copy.
we really, and we're seeing this around the country, that whereas years before we would talk about a particular season of extreme weather, we are seeing that it doesn't matter what month of the year, we should be ready. The work that our administration has done in particular on the issue of infrastructure, together with the Inflation Reduction Act and the attention we are paying to the climate crisis, is so important, because we have got to invest as a country in adaptation, and we have to invest in resilience. And that is about homeowners, that is about families, that is about cities and local governments, state governments, and we have to adapt to this changing climate. For example, fire hydrants are pretty much built to deal with an individual house fire, not with a wildfire that is taking on entire residential communities, where these homes are providing the fuel for that fire to grow. We have to put more resources into our fire departments and firefighters, understanding that we are asking a lot of them that traditionally they never had to do. And because of their commitment to their profession, they're attempting to rise to the moment of crisis. But we need to put more resources into those individual professionals and into the departments that sustain that work with the mission. That is such an important mission in times like this. So, Mr. President, I thank you for your leadership, your foresight to understand what over these last 4 years we could do to leapfrog in front of what we know to be a changing climate to meet these types of moments. And God bless all of the people who are on the ground right now in California doing that work.
I thank you for your comments, and I think I totally agree with you. It will not surprise anybody. Look, there's an expression from a famous Irish poet. He said, all's changed utterly. A terrible beauty has been born. All has changed in the weather. The climate change is real, fundamentally altering, not just here, but around the world. Around the world, what's going on. And we've got to adjust to it. We've got to adjust to it. And we can't. It's not our power to do it. We've got to acknowledge it to begin with. Just acknowledge that there's a change taking place, that we're not going to be able to legislate away. It's real. There is global warming. It's real. It's having a profound impact, and where it goes from here, I don't know, but I know one thing. We have the capacity to respond to it if we, in fact, exercise our good judgment. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, do you trust that California will get the aid in the next administration? Do you trust that California will get the aid they need in the next administration?
QLA copied your traffic. Squad 11, did you copy?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I pray God they will.
Do you have a trust?
Mr. President, do you have a sense of how much this is going to cost in the end?
No, the truth of the matter is no one can tell you that. For example, just clearing the debris. You saw what happened when we were dealing with the hurricanes that occurred from North Carolina to Florida.
42 cancel.
The cost of the
Copter
debris
1-1, go ahead with your traffic.
Gigantic. The cost of replacing the housing is almost exponential. I mean, we don't know what it is, but we know one thing we have to do. We have to stay with it. We have the capacity to do it, but we don't know that. Anybody give you a number now?
Copter 11,
they have
go ahead.
no idea what the hell they're talking about. It's a big, big, big number.
Mr. President, can
Wait.
Mr. President, can you update us, please, on the Hamas hostages and what you think of the incoming administration's efforts and ultimatum?
I can, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for now. We're making some real progress. I met with negotiators today. I think there's what's going on right now in Lebanon, and we finally have a president. He's a first-rate guy. I spent time on the phone with him today, about 20 minutes to a half an hour, what they have planned. They're also working very hard with the Lebanese military.
Go ahead with your traffic.
Accountable to the Lebanese people, not Hamas, not Hezbollah, not any other group. And so I think we're seeing some progress. And you know, I know hope springs eternal, but I think I'm still hopeful that we'll be able to have a prisoner exchange. Hamas is the one getting in the way of that exchange right now, but I think we may be able to get that done. We need to get it done. Thank you all very much.
Sorry, correction. LA 111. Cancel our engine here. I learned location.
Thank you, folks. Please depart the hotel room. Let's pull for over. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Press. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Anita.
LA Heavy Squad 182 on your out time to dispatch.
Unconscious 168 engine 39 squad 167
All right, as you
12044
heard, they
Elliott
were just
Avenue.
listening in as President Biden and VP Harris and other senior White House administration officials did hold that briefing there for the full federal response that is going to be directed there for those wildfires all across Los Angeles area. And I'm showing you this tweet there on the screen to just sort of show you exactly why the Vice President was speaking so emotionally. We did get this report that her neighborhood in Los Angeles was put under an evacuation order as well due to those wildfires. Of course, we do know that her and the second gentleman are now praying for the safety of their fellow Californians. And so many of these press conferences will continue to pop out throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. In fact, in just a few minutes, we are expecting to get an update on the Eaton Fire. This is set for 3 o'clock local time, Pacific time there in California, going to be held there at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. So as soon as that gets underway, of course, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we do want to get back to our coverage there from our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They've been doing a fantastic job showing us exactly what that response is looking like on the ground. All right, so we will continue on with their coverage in just a moment. We are going to take this opportunity, though, to step away for a 2-minute break.
Edge 5, copy.
Fire alarm 184. KOF 48 15836 East Cypress Street, engine 513, acknowledge.
Engine 513, copy. Thank you.
Stay en route.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage there. We're going to dip back into Fox 11 LA's coverage of these wildfires. They're currently speaking with Senator Padilla as he talks about touring the damaged zones after the wildfire.
California, again, it's tough. We've been through disasters before.
3090, copy.
I don't know if we just lost you, Senator. Do you have us?
Oh, Are we still here?
Yes,
All right,
we're
just
here.
word to folks that have been impacted. Don't hesitate to ask for assistance and support. You deserve it. We're here for you. Disasterassistance.gov is a great starting place, or you can go to my website, padilla.senate.gov. A lot of information, a lot of links. We will help your family and our communities rebuild.
Senator Alex Padilla, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you taking time to talk with us. We now want to bring into the conversation Rick Caruso, who is, of course, a well-known business owner, former candidate for mayor of Los Angeles, who is joining us right now by the Palisades, the Villages, which is one of his properties. There's so much destruction around there. Rick, I don't know if can you hear us?
I can hear you fine, pal.
Okay. Talk to us now that you're there on the ground. I know you're meeting with some different fire crews there. What are you seeing up close and personal?
5513 Angeles Avenue.
Well, it's like what you see on your show and all the newscasts. It's just widespread devastation. I mean, it's beyond anything you can even imagine. We came out here as a family. We've driven through the neighborhoods, had a very tough stop. Visit my daughter's home that burnt down. Everything is literally destroyed or somehow touched by this fire. And then there's pockets where there's buildings that have survived, and there's homes that have survived. And, you know, I am actually very heartbroken, I know is the word everybody's using, but that's the best word because it's what the real word is. But I was walking with my wife and my family, and at the same time, after being here, I am more hopeful than I've ever been. This is such an incredibly dear, strong, cohesive community, and it's going to come back, and it's going to come back roaring. And we're going to be a part of that. We're going to stand shoulder to shoulder with this community out here and all the communities that have been impacted by this, whether it's in Malibu or Altadena, how we can lean in and help. But this Palisades community has been very good to me and my family, and we're just going to work really hard to help them bring it back.
You know, Rick, on Tuesday night, you made news, of course, when you joined us. This was night number 1 of the fire, and you didn't mince words. You were very blunt about the issue of lack of water in the fire hydrants. Since then, there have been many different takes on that. We've heard that this was an issue. This is not all up to the fire hydrants. They ran out of water in the firefight, and this should have been attacked from the air. We didn't have the capability to do that. The vice president in the briefing we just heard now just said that the fire hydrants are meant for individual house fires, not for wildfires spreading like this. What's your response to all that you've heard?
I think that career politicians have making excuses down to a fine art, and you see it rolling out in trying to explain why there wasn't water. Nobody wants to give an excuse why they lost their home, why they lost their business. The reality is they were not prepared enough. The reality is we all got the warnings of disastrous, catastrophic winds that could kill people that were issued, and thankfully they were. And the preparation just wasn't right. It wasn't enough. And you talk to the firefighters, they were so frustrated because they didn't have the water pressure they needed. They didn't have the water that they needed. They're standing with dry hoses. And this malarkey about fire hydrants are intended for homes and not for wildfires like this. My God, what an excuse to make. And this is a region that has a history of fires. We had a fire in Malibu 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it wasn't breaking news that there may be a fire here. And because of the negligence of our government leaders and our government officials, we have the Santa Monica Mountains. The density of that brush was fuel just waiting to explode. And that's when it did. And then on top of the high winds, you just had everything come together. Could it have been prevented? Probably not. Could it have been mitigated? There's no doubt in my mind. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. So I hope that there's some very tough questions that are asked, and we've got to hold our elected officials accountable, federal, state, and local, and get some answers. And whatever went wrong, let's get fixed. Because when this community gets rebuilt, It's going to still be at the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains. It's still going to be subject to fire risk. And let's make sure we have the infrastructure to make sure that it's protected. We now have an opportunity. All the power lines should be underground. They were all above ground. It's an older community. Let's put all of that infrastructure in place to protect homes and to protect livelihood. That's the kind of leadership I hope to see out of our elected officials, and have a very cogent plan on how these communities are going to get rebuilt. The city is going to expedite permitting. It's going to waive fees. It's going to do everything it can to make sure that people can rebuild their homes and rebuild their businesses.
And last question real quickly. I know you will have more specifics in terms of what you want to see happen in terms of rebuilding next week, but the top line, most important things you think that the city and the region needs to do now.
The city and the region need to do really a couple things at the same time. One, the answer has to be yes to the questions. Somebody wants to rebuild their house and they want to do it quickly. The answer is yes. They have to have a massive mobilization coming in here and cleaning up neighborhoods. You have toxic ash. You have, the fumes going on. They need to start the cleanup as soon as possible so people can start seeing progress. I think what's really important is we give people hope that we are now on the path of rebuilding and reuniting a community. And at the same time, we need to have an independent group of people, of experts, digging into what went wrong to make sure it doesn't happen again.
All right, Rick Caruso, thank you so much for joining us. Glad that your property is okay. We know, though, that your daughter lost her home, and we're grateful for you taking a moment to say hello to us. And I know you're also saying hello to some of the firefighters out there as well. Hopefully, we'll be able to capture some video of that and bring that to you all later on today. Rick, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
They're heroes. They're heroes, as you know.
They
are. God, we have a great attitude. These firefighters risking their lives. So God bless them, and God bless the police that are protecting these communities.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the time.
And obviously doing the best we can in terms of the signals aren't great because of all the infrastructure that's burned in that area.
But we can hear them just fine.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's get you some live pictures of Mount Wilson because this is what we're really focused on now, because this could turn really dire quickly. And what I mean by that is Mount Wilson, there it is. You see that black plume of smoke. All of those towers there, this is how we transmit our signal. There was talk earlier that Mount Wilson, the engineers who power us, that was, they were under evacuation orders because of this, and you can see why. And so we want to let you know that if, in fact, those towers go up, again, this is how 90% of us all broadcast here in the Los Angeles region, that you can still watch us on our app, our Fox Local app. So we encourage you to download that as we're looking at active flames, because you very well could lose our signal.
Yeah, so this is mostly impacting people that get their TV over the air, which means you're not watching on cable, you're not watching on satellite, or you're not watching on a streaming service like YouTube TV. If you're getting that old-fashioned over-the-air free TV, that is where this signal comes from. And so it is possible that signal could go down. But we still do have the ability to get it out in all those other places, including, Marla just said, the free streaming app. It should be okay if you get your signal in those other ways, which I think is how most people get TV these days, but people get it in all different ways. Also, there's a lot of cell equipment up there. I don't know if this will impact people's ability to make phone calls or how strong their cell signals are, but this is potentially very bad for the infrastructure of our entire LA region. So I think this is a taped picture, if I'm not wrong. This is taped from earlier. We've been flying, literally running 24 hours, so I think our chopper's down getting some fuel. Hopefully we'll get live pictures soon to get a sense of exactly where this is. We usually have live pictures from Mount Wilson, but that camera's not working right now because of what we're seeing right here. But now we have apparently a new brush fire we want to take you to.
Yeah, and quickly, I want to make sure our viewers know that at 3 o'clock, top of the hour, LA County fire officials, they plan to hold a press conference from the Rose Bowl in Pasadena about the Eaton Fire and Mount Wilson. So once that happens, we will bring that to you live. This new brush fire, this is in West Hills, by the way. Skyfox up and over the scene, and oh gosh, I hate to say this. Yes, so this is a massive plume of smoke already, and I did see this cross, that this is about 20 acres near the West Hills area, and this started along the border of LA County and Ventura County, 20 acres with moderate rate of spread, aircraft being diverted from the Palisades Fire to this new fire. That's not what we need to hear, especially given the time of day. We know, as our meteorologists, including Star Harvey, who's here with us right now, have been reporting that the winds are going to pick up as we make our way into this evening. And that red flag warning that was supposed to expire yesterday, extended to today, now has been extended until tomorrow.
Yeah, because Star, we had a bit of a reprieve in the last, half day or so, where people started to feel like maybe we're out of the woods. I started to feel that way, but this is kind of evidence that maybe we're not.
Yeah, that's right. We did see a lull in that wind activity, and it began as early as today. And, we were able to get that small little break, and that break just recently starting to, come on the brink of being expired. We are going to see those winds picking up, and, it won't just be for today. We are talking about winds that are expecting to continue over into portions of tomorrow as well. So exactly what you are seeing happen right there across the West Hills area is exactly what we've been forecasting, with that red flag warning being in place. That big red or pink map that we've had out, through this entire event is just indication that wherever those highlights were, that any of that area likely to see any of this happen. And this is exactly what's unfolding there. So at the very top of our headlines, we are coming to the end of that break where we did have those lighter northeast winds and winds picking up into our afternoon, and they're expecting to roll over into portions of tomorrow as well. And so with that, we've had the National Weather Service extend our red flag warning, and that not just being through today, it does continue through portions of tomorrow, and it's been extended several times, and I myself wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see that extended once more. And so we are continuing here at least to see that setup where we do have those gusty conditions flowing through our area, and it is expected to leave us with, again, some more of those gusty conditions. I went ahead and took a look at some of our peak wind gusts since this event started, and we are talking hurricane force winds. And while we're not expecting to see those moving into this afternoon, I wanted to just take a look back at where some of those wind gusts were. We were talking going as high as anywhere from 70, stretching close to 95 miles per hour. And again, if we take a look at our winds currently right now, we are on the calmer side. We have some of our winds locally kicking up at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, but moving over into portions of our high deserts as well as our low deserts, we are starting to see things refire back into those areas, upwards of 20 miles per hour or so. Our gusts, and this is where we just get those bursts of winds just shooting out across some of the area, and this is going to be where we have all of these contoured colors at. So through the Los Angeles basin, it does look like we are getting a break here. Still that lull continuing, but up into Palmdale, over into Chino Hills, the Inland Empire, and stretching also over into portions of Camarillo. This is in that West Hills area where we do show all of those contoured colors there, just like this fire that we see burning out there. Those winds really, those gusts starting to continue to pick up here, and they will not let up through our afternoon. I'm going to roll us through the 3 o'clock hour here. This is getting us into tomorrow, where we do still show, I'll step out of the screen here so you can see what's happening there behind me. We have winds that are gusting upwards of 30 miles per hour, and again, slightly down from what we were seeing through portions of earlier today, but still picking picking back up. And, you know, we've also been forecasting here that we have an additional Santa Ana wind event that is on the brink of arriving here. And we're talking as early as next week. So as early as Monday, we're looking at another chance for one of these setups. And it's not just expected to be here one day. We are talking about multiple days of having these issues with our winds. And there's a look at our red flag warning. We are talking critical fire potential across all of this highlighted region there. So our dry conditions continuing across the area. In addition to that, we have those strong and gusty winds. And here's a look at our winds. We are taking a look at a wind that is in effect throughout portions of today and rolling over into tomorrow as well. All of our highlighted area here, a big portion of the area, breezy, really windy conditions. We are talking wind advisory levels with our northeast winds pushing up to 40 miles per hour and gusts up to 50 miles per hour. And this is advisory level, rolling you right on over into our watches. Those watches are going to be along our coast there, but also into portions of our mountains and into our desert community. And so, again, we do continue with those red flag warnings, dry, windy conditions, and it's going to be sticking around here for a while. Temperature-wise, we are seeing temperatures range from the 40s through the 70s here across the downtown Los Angeles area. I can tell you temperatures well above where they should be for this time of the year, and that rolls me right over into our coast. You know, we're expecting to have some sunshine today. A lot of that sunshine is being impacted by our air quality. Air quality just so nasty out there. It is on the poor end and very unhealthy for a lot of us. And what you're going to go ahead and take a look at in that screen over there is just the fumes there. Lots of spire, lots of smoke there moving across our hills there. And, you know, we unfortunately are going to continue to see this through our Thursday rolling over into portions of our evening and likely overnight and into tomorrow as well. And so that pattern just really setting up over our area. And we're, again, going to see this moving into portions of next week, Monday, as well as pushing into portions of Tuesday. Back to you guys.
All right, Star, thank you so much. Now that it is the top of the hour, it is 3 o'clock. We want to let you know that you are watching continuous.
All right, we've just been listening into Fox LA's coverage there of those wildfires. But as we promised there, we do know that the Eaton wildfire, we're getting an update there from officials. Let's listen in to this.
Supervisor's Chair, Catherine Barger. Here she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this very important update regarding the Eaton Fire and the needed support for our residents. Over the last 2 days, I've talked to countless residents, friends, and town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home. They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing. But